All right, good morning, everybody. If you can hear me and if I sound all right, hit that number one, please. Which it looks like, yeah, it should sound fine. Again, if I sound all right, hit that number one. Fairchild, Dan, Todd, I'm trolling. I always like to get five ones. Five ones. Who's going to be the fifth one? Cody, Maddie, thank you very much. All right, I will have confidence then. Thank you, Jimbo. Mitt, Hoover. All right, perfect. Bunch of styles. Yo. Jared, one. All right, Evil Shaddix. Perfect, perfect. All right, very quickly before we hop into the official start, for those of you that are watching this in the archive, if you want to continue to have something available in the archive to watch, then this is totally viewer supported. There's no sponsorships, nothing like that. So code Clay with any of these prop firms I recommend Take Profit Trader. But the best way, like I said, to ensure that you still continue to have something to watch in the archive is to use code Clay, all caps, with any of these prop firms. So thank you very much for your consideration. All right, there we go. So let's get this party started. All right. Well, good morning, everybody. It is Friday, February 20th. The year is 2026, and we have a burner on our hands. It has been, let me put it this way. If you've lost an account or two today in the prop firm space, I understand. It totally makes sense to me. We have had big moves. The candles are, multiple. I mean, like I said, okay, here's a quote-unquote small candle. Low here, 76, up to 15. So even there, that's like a 25. Yeah, that's about a 40 point. This small candle still had a 40-point range on it. So, like I said, one of those days where if you lost an account, I get it. I understand. Some days it's like, wait, how did you lose an account on today? But I can see it on a day like this. But friendly reminder, hit that like button if you've been here before and you know you're going to enjoy. Hit that. I think we can hit 400 today. We're going to try to go for 400 likes. I think we can do it. I know we still can. We did it several streams ago, but like I said, now if you're brand new, never been here, no worries. Don't hit the like button. I understand you have no idea if you're going to enjoy. But if you have been here before and you're going and you know you're going to enjoy, first reminder, please hit that like button, and let's see what we can find. I got stuck in a glitch and logged out. I lost. Oh, yeah, no glitches for me that I can tell. Pretty anticlimactic morning. Well, somebody remind me at 11 so that I can officially tell people that, I went over. Like I said, it's all right. Where are we at? Timestamp of about 3 minutes. Okay. So here is essentially my morning summarized. And I'll turn this. So here is a private community right here. Falling wedge going into open, particularly like the upper trend line for breakout. So there's a falling wedge. And then I made a note. You can see the time right there, 9:29. Entry 7:25 entry point for the break on the 2-minute. So that was alerted to members. Just kind of that's how the private community works in the morning. Just kind of give my thoughts. So right here, kind of got a little bit all over the place. But when what really, and granted there is some hindsight analysis in here, but it also makes very good sense. I think the key thing here was at one point things were looking rough. Not good at all. It was red, 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 red. And then all of a sudden it was like, wait a second, hold up, time out. And then the price started to come up. And right there on that break, now I did not, I'm not saying that I mean, this was like this was over 100-point breakout. But for me and what I was looking to do, I'll put it this way, there is plenty of movement for me to, so this all came from one trade. But like I said, that was, got a little squirrely, but at the open, you got to expect a little squirreliness. But in my mind, the key was, it was red at one point, was looking weak, and then it started to come up. And like, okay, maybe the Bears got suckered in, and kind of the rest is history. So that is where that came from. So if people ask now moving forward, I know I can refer them back to about the 2.5 minute mark of the stream. So there we go. If anybody asks moving forward, and for any of you private community members in here that took that, I know a couple of you did. I don't know if you're in here right now, but yeah, congrats. Still like the rising wedge better, but its brother, the falling wedge, can also bring some good stuff to the table. Yeah, it was glitchy, but okay. So there were a lot of glitches out there. Oh man. Well, I'll count that as grateful then. I have not. in my world, Tradovate has had no glitches this morning, but I just must have been in the right places at the right time. Oh, what was the tariff news? I didn't even realize there was news. I think I'm not saying this is good on my part, but I think you're a pure technical trader when you're out there trading. You're like, oh, wait, what? There is news? I mean, I'm assuming the news came out here, or I mean, this was 10 o'clock, so that was probably a scheduled news release. Oh, the Supreme Court made the ruling? Oh, well, okay, what time was that made? Wow. So what is that? Okay. Well, I wonder what that's pretty interesting. Thank goodness, even though they've already hit us all. But as a lover, I mean, I have 6 kids. So with 6 kids, as a lover of low prices, thank goodness. Hopefully the tariffs are gone. That would be great. Yeah, I would assume markets would go up on that sort of news. Yeah, so that makes sense why we're going up, because that is a good thing. Yeah, all right. And I had a good buddy that's so into politics, and I was just checking, and he sent me a text showing that. So had I kept up with my text, I would have noticed that earlier, but. All right, well, yeah, that seems like, yeah, I mean, I was actually down prepping, I was doing some prep work. Usually I take care of Friday's meal, because Friday's kind of, family fun night, movie night. We have a fun meal. Usually I'm the one that's either smoking something. So I was actually doing some prep work. So I didn't even see in the chat. Yeah. Remember when we used to be friends, Jimbo? Remember those days? All I do is uplift you. CPI came in hot and GDP really bad. Yeah, I saw the GDP was slow. I also the trade deficit is like the exact same. Like tariffs made zero impact on the trade deficit. We're not smoking this time. That was just an example. We're doing like a sauerkraut. I don't even know how to. I'm experimenting. I'll put it that way. Okay, maybe a double top up here. We'll see what happens. Now, you got to be very careful on your position size. Check this out. Check this out. This is crazy. So let's look at the distance over here. So from this to here. So imagine that size of candle. That size of candle, I mean, not a small candle, but not a huge candle at all if some sort of candle like that were to form. What would be the value of that candle? Well, look at the difference in these numbers. 25,000 up to 2550. This is a 50-point candle, or this is a 50-point distance right here. Not a big distance at all, yet worth 50 points. So on that note, be very, very careful. I had, what was that, Tuesday or Monday, where I lost track of that. And yeah, that was the day where I think I sent myself red. And I was up a good amount too. I lost, so in fact, I even noticed it, yet it still got me. It still got me. So I'm going to say, and this is just, whatever your normal position size is, I'd probably say cut it in half, if not more. If not more. I'd say, in my opinion, bare minimum, cut position size in half. All right, here we go. Even 3 is probably a little crazy. Okay, here we go. There we go. Okay, I'm going to try short there. Like I said, let's see if it wants to reject off these highs. This white line is the high of the day, so the price can never get above that line. Yeah, holy smokes. If my entry is 81 and my stop is up above the highs, that's like a 30-some point stop. This small little distance would be a 30-point stop. That's what I mean. That's how it sneaks up on you. That is not a big distance at all, yet that would have required 30 points of stop. Hey, Bald Eagle. So that's what I mean. It's like even 2 seems a little. Yeah, yeah. My eyes are not, we're at basically a 30-point stop here. This little distance. So if I put my stop right there from the red line up to the green line, does not look like a big distance at all. And on most days, what is that? Maybe 10 points? Maybe, just maybe 15. But right now, that's like 30-point distance. That's crazy. So keep that in mind, folks. Can't believe this dude's doing 2MNQs. Yeah, well, 2MNQs, if you're right, will add up quite quickly. And if you're wrong, will add up quite quickly against you. Looking to get short at the red line. Stop will be the green line. It just keeps pushing higher. So never mind, because now my stop is growing even larger. So, all right. Back to the drawing board on that one. Let's see. I'm looking over here at the 5-minute. And yeah, 5 minutes, I'm not saying it's going straight up there, but I mean, 5-minute, really nothing until that pivot point way up there. Again, I'm not saying it's going straight up there, but I mean, we're kind of in some blue skies as far as, yeah. I don't know. I try not to let news factor in, but you got to think the market likes that Supreme Court news about kicking down tariffs. Because that is actually a good economical thing there. So does this turn out to a slow kind of grind the rest of the day upwards? I would not be shocked by it. I'll put it that way. Good today, trying to get 1 to withdrawal, below 2 in 2 weeks. All right. I use 1MNQ making 600. 600 is, I think you mean day. Should I scale up beginning? Well, I don't know. If you've been using 1, go to 2 and see how you feel. If your palms start to get sweaty and your heart starts to beat and you start to, freak out, then that'd be a sign your psychology is probably not ready for 2MNQ. So stay at 1. But hey, if you're making $600 a day with 1MNQ, and that's all, let's just say worst case scenario, your psyche is never able to handle anything more than 1MNQ. Well, I guess you have a couple choices. You could always keep it at 1MNQ. You could start to copy trade. I guess I'm assuming you're in a prop account. So I don't know. Maybe you could copy trade. But I don't know. I try 1MNQ and see how you feel. And when I say feel that, I don't mean like, no, I mean like physically. How do you feel? Does your heart start to beat more? Do you start to get sweaty palms? Quite literally, what is your physical reaction to 2? Your physical reaction to things tells you a whole lot about your psyche. Oh yeah, I'm cool. I'm calm. Can I get a cool washcloth? Oh no, I'm fine. I'm fine. Why is my heart going like that? Oh, that's just my heart. Or why is my shirt? No, that's my heart. But I'm cool. I'm good. Like no. You're clearly not. Hello, is this thing on? Anybody here talking or what's going on here? Hello? Hey, all right, I guess it is. Maybe everybody must be focused trading. All right. Watching the charts. Come on, you know I'm way funner to watch. You take any trades today, Jim? Do you even trade anymore or no? Are you just a baller salesman now? Balancing your budget. Hey, I like to hear it. In order to balance a budget, you must first have a budget in the first place. So that is good. I'm glad to hear you have a budget. Doesn't mean it's a good budget, but it's at least a step in the right direction. Yeah, you should. I've bought Jimbo so many donuts and stuff. It's crazy. He never gets me donuts. I get a hot dog and a piece of, oh my, I can't even, I can't stand this. Big tick, yeah, sorry to hear. But as I was saying at the start of the stream, today is certainly one of those days where if you lost an account, I'd be like, okay, yeah, I can see that happening. Even now, it is still very volatile out there. So yeah, but good job on the way to get 9 payouts first before roasting it. So overall, that it was a winning trade. If we look at the prop firm landscape as I do, each account itself is actually a trade. And then what is the stop loss associated with the trade? Well, whatever you paid for the account. So if you got 9 payouts before your stop loss was hit, well then hey, it sounds like that was a good ROI on that trade. Got 1 racehorse loaded up for nice. Love to see the racehorse model in action. That way you're not tempted to reset the pro. Yeah, Tyler, I did add about, go to like the 2-minute mark. Started the 2-minute mark. I think it was like 2.5 minutes. But yeah, 2-minute mark. It was pretty straightforward. See, well, why don't you just buy the pullback here? Well, we're still so far up above the 21 EMA. So in some senses, this still seems a little overextended. But so I'd like to see a little bit more of a pullback. Yes, it's pulled back, but I'd like a little bit more. Bullish buys for next week. Oh, man, you're thinking about next week? I'm just trying to figure out the next 10 minutes, brother. I'll worry about next week when it's next week. But right now it is Friday, February 20th in the year 2026 at 10:59 a.m. So I'm just trying to figure out like the next 10 minutes. Double top. No, I don't know about a double. Well, I don't know. I guess that depends on how you define a double top. If you want to call this top 1, and then I guess maybe. The life of futures. More so kind of, I think, just that's just the life of of a scalping day trader, right? Because even if I was trading stocks, like I don't care what's about next week for stocks. Like for that, if this was Tesla, I'd be like, okay, I don't care about next week for Tesla. I don't even care about an hour from now for Tesla. I'm just trying to figure out the next 10 minutes. I like to have an idea of where the markets could go today, and then over a longer period, it helps me make short-term decisions. Yeah, I've always found that works against me. Because let's just say, for example, you think you're bullish for next week. But then in the short term, then you start to make a bullish decision. And it drops and drops. But you're like, okay, yeah, but next week I'm bullish. Drops and drops and drops. Yeah, but next week I'm bullish. It's like, okay, yeah, that's great next week you're bullish. But right now in the present, the past 5 minutes, you're getting dumped all over. And then, you end up breaking rules, you end up doing things that you shouldn't be doing because you have some sort of bias that in all actuality, again, I'm just talking about for me, is irrelevant. Because you can get an account crushed by a short-term bearish move right now because the market, who cares about, next week. So again, like I said, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying that's why I don't do stuff like that. If anything, I've found that it's a distraction and it's caused me to break rules and do stupid things. But yeah, you know what? There's many ways to go about it. But I'm using like the 2-minute and the 5-minute as my main target. So to think about anything next week, for me, is completely irrelevant. It has no bearing on what might happen over the next 10 minutes. All right, maybe a short here. Fake breakout. I'm going to try it. Man, even that's like a 16-point stop. Isn't that wild? From that red line to the green line is about a 16-point stop. It's barely any room on the chart. That's why I'm doing 2MNQ. Okay, if that red line turns blue, I'm in. That tiny pullback netted a $500 trade. Man, that's what I mean. Tiny pullback. Yeah, it was tiny, all right. Maybe space-wise on the chart, but not point-wise. All right, it once again pushes up, so I am, especially on the short side, waiting for confirmation here. Let's see. Looking at the 5-minute, 1, 2, 3, 4. We're working on our 6th green candle in a row. So going on about 30 minutes straight of green candles on the 5-minute. I made a scalp, ATM, 15 ticks, hit like 4 or 5 times in a row. Never use one. Oh, did you just keep doing it and you kept like filling you within seconds, John B? I like those ones. I like the New York session video. I'm not quite sure what you're referring to, Danny. All right, I'm going to try it. I'm in. Okay, I'm in short. See if I just got suckered in or not. But a beautiful candle here. No way. No. All right, I'm adding 2 more if it comes back down. And I'm going to add in, oh yeah, this could be beautiful. If it comes back down. Come on. Looking to add at the red line. Short. Okay, I did add. Come on now. Beautiful looking, beautiful setup right now. Will it deliver though? Come on. Come on, push. At least hit that first target. Look at these candles. Come on, brother. If this doesn't work, that's fine. Like, it is what it is. This is a great setup. Not all setups work, but I feel... There we go. How did you not hit that second one? Okay, this will be a green trade now no matter what. There we go. All right, perfect. Good. So now it's just a question of how big of a green trade will it be. It is a green trade. It will be a green trade. Just how big? Because I don't know how far down this wants to go, which is what we call the sweet spot of trading. Where my only unknown, my only concern, my only stress is how much green am I going to make here? What a great stress to have. I like this type of stress. The only unknown, how much money am I going to make? Come on, no, down. Keep dropping. Keep bleeding. Worst case, I'm making 8 points on these last. There we go. All right. So the mechanics were right. Ooh. Oh boy. I don't know if I should draw this line. I'm going to tempt myself. I don't know if I should do it. Don't do it, Clay, but I am, because it's a worthwhile line to keep an eye on. Why, Clay, dude, it's in a huge uptrend. Why are you bearish? Well, because pullbacks happen. And especially when there has not been a green candle for a very long time. Still doesn't guarantee anything, but it makes me think a pullback has a higher likelihood of happening. So on that one, like I said, the mechanics were there. I had myself positioned. I was ready. Had this red candle kept bleeding, I was ready to enjoy the ride. It didn't. So therefore it was a modest trade. But you can't look at the numbers. You got to look at the mechanics. You got to look at the habits. You got to look at how you managed it. And that one feels good. Yeah, it's disappointing from a P&L standpoint because, of course, we want the thing to keep moving so we can grow the P&L. But that's actually not what matters. The fact is, and what you need to ask yourself is, was I at least positioned? Was I ready to take advantage of the bigger move if a bigger move had happened? And if you can answer that, yeah, I was positioned, then fantastic. That is what matters because eventually you'll get those bigger moves. And if, in fact, over the past couple of live streams, we had some real banger trades, real nice ones. Uh-oh. So that is the key question. Don't let the P&L tell the story. Let your mechanics, let how you handled yourself within the trade tell the story. So I'll say it again. If you can answer the question, yes, Clay, I had myself positioned and ready to take advantage of the big move if it happened, that's what matters. That's what matters. because it just didn't happen for me in this situation. That's okay. But I was positioned, I was ready, and it was still a green trade. Right? That's the point, is if you're positioned in a spot where you're making money regardless, but now it's just a question of how much money, hey, you're doing things well. Hey, Lobber. Did any of that make sense? Like, the chat is dead quiet, so I have no idea if anything that I'm saying makes sense or not, or if anybody's even here. I'm a little gun shy just because the past couple of days with my stupid internet. All right, people are here. It makes sense. That's good. All right, good. Excellent. Absolutely makes sense. Very good. Very good. Now, there's no way, right? There's no way this actually becomes some sort of new channel, right? Some little range. Well, let's say it is a channel and a range. That would still be a range of, let's keep the math easy. So from 25, 100 up to 140. So yes, that could still, even if this was a range, that's still a 40-point range. Trade of 8 had been spotty on Trading View. Oh, yeah. I don't use Trading View, so that kind of irrelevant to me. Here, up 200, down 200, yo-yo day, up. Yeah, yo-yo days are never fun. But they are better than just, like, I can do no right days, where it's just like, okay, if I just do the opposite of what I decide to do, I'd be up so much money. Those are the worst days. Oh, to take it or not to take it. I don't know. I'm gonna sit this one out because we are still in an uptrend, but the longer this goes, failing to break out, the more and more I'm getting ready to potentially take a swing. How did I do today? If you go back to the 2.5 minute mark of the stream, I go over my trade. Yeah. Go to the 2 minute mark to play it safe. Oh, I think I got to take that. But all right, if I get short here, let's just call it 100, and my stop is up there. That's another 30-point stop. Well, there it is. For those of you that were like, no, Clay, I'm not hesitant. I'm getting short. I hope it works out for you. And for you scalpy scalpers, I mean, you just had a nice little scalpy scalp right there. So I am interested in a long down around the 21 EMA, which is this green line here. You took it? For a scalpy scalper, you're still in. Scalp, gotcha. Took it for a scalp, gotcha. Yeah, you had a good about 98 down to, yeah, about 10 points to work with there. So for a scalpy scalper, 10 points, that's plenty of wiggle room. Plenty of wiggle room. All right, if this drops down to, these lows right here, I'm going to try a long up here. I know. It's not quite at the 21 EMA, but 5 minutes looking pretty good. But like I said, I want to see it first drop down here and then come back up. What are we looking at? We are looking at the MNQ, which is futures. And we're looking at, I don't know in what way you're asking. So we're looking at the 2 minute chart of MNQ futures. There we go. My thinking is off. I was expecting a drop in the market. You're expecting a drop in the market of the tariff news? Is that what am I understanding that right? Why? Out of curiosity. Tariffs are like just okay. I'm not trying to get, but like economically speaking, tariffs are like bad. Tariffs raise prices. So like from an economy standpoint, I mean, to me, it makes perfect sense why the market would be like, hey, good. So what made you think that the market would not like no more or tariffs, the tariff news? No tariffs are good for corporations. No, no. How are tariffs good for corporations? They have to charge their customers more. Maybe I misunderstand what you're saying. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. No tariffs. Okay. I thought it was okay. You were right. You were right. Because if you were to said what I thought you were saying, there would have been a comma there. So that's me misreading it. No tariffs. Correct. Agreed. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Okay, gonna go long at the green line. If it wants to come back up. Yeah, commas work wonders. And what even works even more wonders? If people actually look for the commas. Like I just didn't. Okay, never mind on that. All right, here was the original point that I was thinking maybe. No tariffs equal low inflation. Well, no, and okay, you're conflating prices and money supply. You can have no tariffs with high inflation, right? High inflation is talking about money supply. I know it gets conflated with prices, but in all actuality, inflation is how much money, what is being inflated? The money supply, which yes, does usually lead to price increases. Yeah, Monk, exactly. Good job. Yep. So even when you start to trade one of your funded accounts or pro, I'm assuming you're going to Take Profit Trader because Take Profit Trader is the one where they don't charge you any monthly fees to spend or to store in an account. Other prop firms, not sure the racehorse model works, because a lot of other prop firms will charge you every month. Sorry, I'm trying to watch this action here. Okay. Wow. All right. Well, longs that were buying that pullback, they're probably cooked. Because this pullback, if we define the pullback as starting as it broke that support, so 100 down to here, we're at about a 60-point drop right now. Yeah, Monk, then you are doing the racehorse model, yep. But even while you have those pro accounts that you're trading, still have some other practice one, have some other test accounts in the works. The 2-hour resistance, can't say I don't know if I've ever used a 2-hour chart. I've heard of the 1-hour chart. I've heard of the 4-hour chart. Not saying you're wrong, by the way, for using the 200 or the 2-hour. I don't know if I've ever heard of the 2-hour. Should have held the short longer. Yeah, we both should have bought Bitcoin 15 years ago, too. Okay, I'm deleting that out, Benjamin, just because, I mean, maybe for you, Benjamin, but that depends on the trader. That depends on what they want. I don't have anything against them. I have a code for Lucid, but like statements like that are just very like the world revolves around me-itis type things. Thinkorswim froze. Well, Jeremy, what in the world are you doing using Thinkorswim? Please don't tell me you're trading your own funds, brother. All right, this is what's looking pretty interesting to me. We have on the 5-minute this pivot point right here, and not that far away, we have the 21 EMA, right around 25. Ooh, and 2,500. Okay, I'm gonna catch a knife. A lot. I think I'm being logical and trying to catch a knife, but yes, this is knife catching. No need to call it what it's not. What exactly is your strategy? My strategy is the KISS method. Keep it simple, stupid. I am a baboon. I'm not smart. So I just like some candlesticks. I like some moving averages, trend lines, and the VWAP. I have no cool sounding terminology. Like I said, it's because I'm just too stupid for that sort of stuff. So that's my strategy, the KISS method. I like to keep it simple. Charts on Thinkorswim are goated. Oh, that's a spicy take. ONG. What's overnight? What's ONG? I've heard of an ONH and an ONL. What's a G? Okay, well, you had a typo there. There we go. That makes sense. It's like, what is an overnight G? Overnight gangster? Overnight goat? Overnight grandma? But it just turned out it was just a typo. Okay. Gonna have an order to get long down at the green line there if it wants to keep on dropping. Well, I'll cancel it out for now. Yeah, Tradovate's been around. I'm sorry. Thinkorswim has been around. I mean, say what you will about them, but there's a reason they've been around for as long as they have. They do offer a quality, especially in the world of options. If you're like selling options and stuff like that, I mean, they got some really helpful tools in that regard for setting up your butterfly spreads and iron condors and bald faced baboons. Okay, I'm gonna try it right there now, along at that green line. Make no mistake about it, I am gonna try to kind of catch a knife here. Yeah, I don't know about that. I've been hearing that for forever now. Oh, this is the end of TOS, and yet 20 years later, here too, TOS is still here. Again, I'm trying to get long at the green line. Come on. All right. All right, a little bit more. No. That's what I wanted right there. Oh, so close, yet oh, so far away. That was about a 20-point bounce now. All right, well, going to go down to there now. Brutal market. Come on, Marky. Marky the market maker doing me dirty. It's Marky's fault. I take no responsibility. I only take responsibility in a winning trade. But if it's a losing trade, I blame Marky the market maker. I got that one. I had to manually enter. Oh, nice job. Well, I mean, recently is a subjective term. How long have they been around as a company? Like 100 years? 150 years? So yeah, 5 years I would say is recent. If a company's been around for 100 some years and 5 years ago they acquired somebody, yeah, that's recently, relatively speaking. From a, yeah, buddy. Yeah, I'm working right now. No. To be fair, I don't know. I mean, I tried. Here was on the 5-minute. There is that 21 EMA. But if we zoom in, you can see oh so close, yet oh so far away to just not quite hitting it. So that is why broad statement trading is no good. Because from a broad statement standpoint, I was right. I was like, yeah, I think it will probably want to bounce. And it did. Problem is, I got the nuance wrong. The nuance of my actual entry point. Okay, maybe here. know. This is starting to feel like, is this the backside of a bigger move? I mean, still within an overall uptrend, so not necessarily, but why, Marcio? Why shouldn't I buy? Well, I mean, the bears can be fully in control, but a long can still make money. If you don't understand what I mean by that, maybe take a step back in your trading. The chart's on light speed? Stop. Stop, Evan. You're teasing. I don't know if I've ever met anybody that has liked the charts on light speed. And this has come from someone that used light speed for almost 15 years. I did not have any issues. I heard TradeOvate had some issues. I did not. Bears are negotiating. Oh, yeah, they're negotiating. All right. And I'm going to buy at the green line here. See if this is some sort of maybe bottom and bounce now off these areas. All right, never mind as it drops back down. This doesn't hold, could melt to 2850s. I don't know about fast. It's going to have to push through several levels to get down to the 850s. I mean, it's got a bunch of levels that it would have to push through. I suppose anything's possible, but yeah. I don't know if I'd agree with... Well, that also depends on how do you define fast. So maybe we agree, but I don't know your definition of fast. Man, now the exact opposite. Red, 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 red. All right, going to try a long down there. I'm catching a knife. Is Trump tweeting? No. Not that I'm aware of. Usually a Trump tweet doesn't generate like slow, steady grinds. It's like, ba-boom, instant 600-point candle. But I'm sure, I think we all know what the tweet's going to be, right? The Supreme Court is rigged. The Supreme Court, even though Trump, appointed several of the people, it's rigged. And now they're going to, well, I don't know. Can you appeal the Supreme Court? I don't think so, right? Because that's why they're the Supreme Court. So yeah, okay, I don't know. My guess is this: the Supreme Court is rigged, and that's why they ruled against it. That is going to be my prediction on what Trump's reply will be. Is that what he said, Todd, or is that what you're guessing he'll say? He has to do... Okay. Well, I still remember... I don't remember who said it to me, but a long time ago, which is true. The most powerful people in the entire country are those, 7 judges? Are those 7 judges. They are the most powerful people, right? Trump isn't going to do it. No president's going to do anything because they sort of like deem what is legal and not legal, He is the one that... that gets lost on people quite a bit. Like when he is ranting and raving about how bad Powell is. Here's some trivia. Who hired Powell? The guy that he's been ripping on for forever? Who hired Powell? Anybody want to take a guess on who hired Powell, the guy that Trump constantly rips on? Let's do a little economic history. Who hired Powell? Do we know? The guy that Trump blames for everything. Who hired that dude? Does anybody remember? Oh, there's a bounce right off that level. Yes. He was a Trump nominee. Yeah, I think Paul's done a great job. I think he got a little soft on, cutting interest rates, but overall I think Powell's been I've been a fan of Powell. Love Powell, do you also love inflation? Well, no, that's why my one critique was I wish he would not have lowered interest rates as quick as he did. But he has not slashed them to zero or something crazy. So yeah, that is why I personally overall like Powell. I'll give him an A minus. But to blame any Fed person for inflation, I would just encourage you to remember this quote. And this is not either. This is all of the above. Politicians' favorite way to raise taxes is inflation, right? You ever wonder how stuff all this stuff happens yet taxes never get increased? Well, because they just print money. They just spend, and then we all pay for it through inflation. Inflation is a politician's favorite tax way to increase taxes, the hidden tax. All right, maybe we get maybe a long down around the VWAP. We'll see. Five red candles in a row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. When we had, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We had 6 green candles in a row on the upside. Okay. Like I said, to blame Trump for inflation, to blame Biden for inflation, to blame any single politician for inflation, you don't understand how inflation works. Blame politicians. Government spending, which both sides do, is to blame inflation. It's basic economics. I mean, think about it. Think about it. The goal is to have inflation, by the way. They only wanted it 2%. But the government is literally confessing, no, we want prices. We want prices to increase 2% every year. That is our goal. Prices increase 2%. Now, I don't want to go too far down the economic rabbit hole on theory and blah, blah, blah. But personally, I think deflation is a good thing. I don't see how people having lower prices at the store is a bad thing. Right? I personally think that it's pretty cool that I could go and buy an 85-inch 4K TV for fractions of what it was 10 years ago when that first came out. I mean, since when is prices going down a bad thing? I mean, think about that. Isn't that amazing? In the technology space, a 4K, 90-inch TV is a fraction of what it was 10 years ago. I like that. Can you lie? Are you officially irresponsible? when will a hamburger be a fraction? Well, as soon as I get the cattle supplies back up. Yeah, beef is nuts. Well, that's a nice bounce there. You okay? Okay, so why are beef prices up? Explain that one to me. Actually, why am I having a conversation with somebody named Ponzi Zombie Killer, and half the time his posts are like he's cracked out on something? Okay, yeah, never mind. I'm not. I just realized who I'm gonna potentially have a little bit of a conversation with. I'll pass. They sell you data. They sell. Oh, they sell your data. Nah, I have mixed. That's not as black and white. Yeah, like I said, Pa, I have zero interest. It just dawned on me. You're the guy that literally. I mean, my assumption is that you're on drugs, like when you're doing all this. And I'm not kidding. Like, I think anybody would that see your post, like you just post nonsense. So yeah, I have zero interest in talking to somebody that I think could very well be on drugs right now. Yeah, isn't the cattle supply down right now? Because of droughts and wasn't there like Yes. Okay. So I mean, like I said, I'm not an economic genius, but supply and demand. If supply of something goes down but demand stays the same or rises, prices will go up. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Greg. I know you're a commodities broker, like a legitimate commodities broker. I mean, Ponzi Zombie. I want you to see. Let's see how intellectually honest you are. Greg above you, and I know because like he's literally a commodities broker. Like he is actually a broker that like he's got his Series 7's license, blah blah blah. Like and he specializes. I don't know if you specialize in I don't know if you specialize necessarily in cattle, but like he's sort of in the know. Now also, that doesn't mean that he's for sure just because he is, but like I don't know, run a Google search. It's not that hard. And when I say a Google search and check multiple sources, you will see, yes, the cattle is down because there are some droughts and there's stuff like that. And yeah, and imagine that if it costs even more to feed the fewer cattle, of course that adds to it. Hey, Jerry. Hey, we need 13 more likes if this party's going to continue. We got 6 minutes to get 13 more likes. We got to get this up to 100 likes by the 1 hour mark. If we're not there, that is okay. I'll just assume I did not bring the value today and people are not interested and I'll just move on with my day. But yes, I do use the like button as a metric of interest. So if you are enjoying in any way, shape, or form, make sure you hit that like button. Okay, well, Ponzi, that's just the lazy man's way of never being able to be wrong. To be shown statistics, and then if everything's like, well, that's just fake. That's just fake. I also get the impression you're not a Trump guy, whatever. But like, do you realize you're using the exact same thing that Trump does in your logic? Anything Trump doesn't like, it's fake. Apparently, everything that disputes your position is just propaganda. So like, do you realize the irony in that? This is why I'm trying to teach my kids, don't do drugs. Well, yeah, but I mean, the logic that Ponzi is using, he'll just never, you can't refute him because his claim is, well, it's just propaganda. Yeah, but we have this study. Yeah, but the people that conducted this study are bought by these people. It's just propaganda. So therefore, I'm still right. Like, you'll never be able to win if somebody's going to use that logic. So it is what it is. Which is hilarious because I know, yeah, anyways, there's some good irony here. All right. Is this, I think I might take a swing at this long. If it can get up through there, looks like it could be an interesting long area. Well, no, I mean, it's not. The beef thing makes sense. It's supply and demand. You seem to be blaming politicians for beef. I would say, no, it sounds like it was just kind of, no, to be fair, maybe there's some governmental policies that, that hit it. But, I mean, to be fair, I try to be objective. I think a lot of it had to do with the weather. Now, maybe some of you believe that politicians control the weather. I guess that's a whole nother category of conversation, but yeah. Hey, GFX. I became a silver addict today. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Well, is silver even... Okay, silver is not nearly as crazy as it was, but yes. Silver... Whoops. Doggone it. I just missed what I... All right, oh, well. Just be careful with silver. Oh, monopolies. That's another favorite topic of mine. We won't get into that one, though. Oh, doggone it. Okay, maybe a short up around here. Basic charting principle, when levels of support are broken, they tend to act as resistance. So will that be the case? That's what's on my mind. ZSL is buzzing. Nobody. If you're trading ZSL, you are trading very inefficiently. When did you make your big profit today? Well, right on. If you go back to what we'll call it the 2-minute mark on the stream, I explain. The open of the 5-minute candle. I could have sworn, didn't I have a buy order at one point, like right there? I can't remember. I thought I did. I don't know if I did. Why did I cancel it? Maybe I never did. I'm not sure now. I can't say I remember now. Hey, thank you. I appreciate that. Very kind of you, George. Much appreciated. You fed some hungry kids. Code Clay feeds hungry children. I did. Okay, thank you. I thought I had an order down there. I was like, why did I cancel it? I do not remember at all. I lose track of the prop firms, but Code Clay, all caps, with all the major prop firms, will give you whatever the current deal is. I want to say Lucid is like 50% off right now. So yeah, if you want to support the stream, get the current, best deals at any of these prop firms. Code Clay, all caps, is how that can happen. But yeah, I think Lucid right now is 50% off. Hey, good morning, Change. No, never got an email from that guy. Do you ever trade Saturday? No, the markets are closed on Saturday. The futures market is open 6 days a week. The day they close is Saturday. They close Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern, and then they open back up Sunday at 6 p.m. Eastern. We're going to get the no consistency. No consistency, that is take profit trader. So that's at Dean Doozer, the link you see at the top of your screen. It's also pinned. That is who I use, who I recommend, and that's one of the great things. No consistency rule. All right, we're at that level. Okay, in short. Right now, it seems like it does not care about that level at all. Gonna give it a little bit of a chance here. Okay, come on. Put my first target there. Come on. Come on. Put my stop up there. So here we go. This thing's either going to get rejected off what I thought might have been a resistance, or it doesn't. And if it doesn't, well, this will be a losing trade. Come on, at least hit that first target. That would be nice. If it could hit that first target right there, that would be nice. Come on. Get down there. Get down there. You're killing me, Petey. Dude. No, no. I'm not playing this game. No, no, no. No. Homie don't play that. Homie don't play that. Correct. There's no consistency in the funded account on Take Profit Trader. There's no consistency rule. That is correct. We'll see if that was the right decision or not, because my stop, as you saw, was up above the high. So to be fair, maybe that still turns out to be the wrong decision, because it would never have stopped me out yet. But Clay, this trade will give you 100 point, in my opinion. Okay. Okay, I guess 100 points on a day like today isn't super crazy, because if I'm looking at the chart from here down to here, I mean, that's still a pretty big move, don't get me wrong, but not a massive distance on the chart yet. That would still be 100 points. Well, Eddie, I'm out of the trade, so. Yeah. Yeah, during the test phase, there is the consistency rule, which you can't make 50% of the target. But yeah, in the pro account where it actually matters, there is no consistency rule. And I think, would I be stopped out now? Yep, stopped out. So glad I played that one as I did. Like I said, the fact it could not quite go down there, and then all of a sudden I was like, all right, this is, I don't, maybe you're not going to be as weak as what I thought you might be. So we'll be interested, I guess, let me just move this up here now, to potentially a short up around that area. In fact, you could, let's see. Short here is at 130 if your stop is above the high. Oh yeah, about a 10 point. I'll do that. I'll take 10 points. Maybe a little bit more. There we go. So 11 points with slippage. I don't know, let's call it about 12, 13 point. So I'm looking to get short here at the, well, you can't see my red line. It's hidden behind the yellow. But short here, stop over the highs. Let's see if it gets up there. But yeah, if this is just going to just flat out boom to new highs, well, it will be a losing trade for myself. Okay. See if I can get filled. Or should I just be getting filled right there? No, I'm going to leave it as it is. Come on, just a little bit more. A little bit more and then get rejected. No, no, I wanted you to go a little higher, then do this. Did you use code Clay, Deucer? Thank you very much, sir. No, that's what I wanted. Do I... See, once again, I was right. Broadly statement, broadly, you know, from a broad statement standpoint, yeah, it came up there and came back down. I don't know. Now I'm going to cancel it out. But the problem is I got the nuance wrong. I didn't get the right entry point, so therefore I missed out on the trade. Wow. Quite the 5-minute. Strong move up, very strong move back down, and now strong move essentially straight back up. So it is a very trendy day. I mean, nice trend here in the bullish direction. Nice trend here in the bearish. Now we got a nice trend back in the bullish. I'm still bearish biased here. I don't know. Do I try another short here? I am. Okay, there's my stop up there. Let's have this come up a little bit more. There we go. There we go. Red line is my entry, or my attempted entry. I'm not in yet. Green line is my stop. We basically have like a little miniature rising wedge here to an extent. I don't know. Maybe I should just be getting short right there. I'm going to stick with the current plan. Oh, boy. Yeah, little mini rising wedge there. I don't know if it's rising up enough for me to take it, but there it goes, you dirty rat. What's the current contract on gold? Is it H6 right now? Or J? Oh, is it J? Maybe it's J. There it is. All right, J. Oh, come. Oh. The rising wedge. The rising wedge doing its thing. We'll see if we can get the push up through there. Going. Again, we are basically right inside of this previous resistance zone right there. So look at that. So envision this area. That's where we are right now. So it's just like, are we going to be in this another little choppy zone and then it rolls over? So it's just this kind of like a glorified double top. I don't know. That's kind of what I'm thinking through in my head right now. Nice candle. What time frame are we talking about? This one right here? I could try a short here on the premise that, yeah, no, this thing is going to roll back. Maybe not necessarily that much, but I'd have to be okay with a pretty big stop. Hey, Krim. I guess I could just under the premise here and keep my... Yes, I'm talking to myself right now. Okay, yeah, this is what I'm going to do. Come up here, hit that yellow line. Good. A little bit higher, a little bit higher. Oh, that's good. Okay, let's see if we can get the rejection off of here. That red line turns blue, I'm in. I'm in. Put a couple of targets down there. Come on, yellow line, do your thing. I am short. Again, even if it turns into this just chop fest here, fine. Go ahead, chop your way down to here and at least hit a couple of targets. So I don't know if this is necessarily just a chop fest, but even if it never rolls over and it just chops around, well, I got wiggle room here to make some money from it. Come on, come down and hit me this time. Or not. Check the 5 minute. Yeah, I see the 5 minute. Did I just get hit? Oh, I just got a target hit. Fantastic. I'm still not out of the woods yet. In fact, no, I am. I want to make sure this is at least a break even. Well, small green. So my stop is now at break even. This thing either needs to chop its way down and hit this next target, or else I can always get back in. All right, stopped out. So small green trade on that one. But again, the mechanics were there. Had that thing decided to keep on coming down, I was positioned to take advantage of it. Philly, it makes me worried that you can't see why I have that yellow line there. That's a little worrisome to me, brother. Might try another short up here. If it wants to show that it once again gets rejected up around that yellow line. Stepping over dollars to pick up dimes. What do you mean by that, Rico? Yeah, I put it in. Yeah, that's a self put in line. Yeah, okay. That makes more sense if you just thought it was an auto level. That's fair. But at the same time, come on, brother. You should know by now that the yellow lines are the ones that I put in myself. Come on, dude. Come on, Philly. The 1 hour candle is crazy. Yeah, probably. I'm waiting for Rico's reply. Rico Suave. Hello, Rico? Hello? Sounds like a reggaeton. Yeah, I don't know. Come on, Rico. I'm trying to give you a little bit of education. You seem to have some misconceptions, but I don't know what exactly you meant by your comment. So that's why I'm seeking a little clarity. So this, can you imagine? So this, I always make this, but like this is the weird thing between like online stuff and the real world. So right now we have what seems to be the equivalent of Rico. Let's just say we're in person. He says something to me, and I'm like, wait a second, I'm not. And then I ask him for clarity, and then he either just sits there and doesn't say anything, or else he stands up and runs out of the room. Like that's the equivalent of what we had. Could you imagine this interaction in real life? It'd be so weird. It'd be so awkward. Rico Suave runs his mouth. I ask for clarity, and then he either just sits there in the meeting and stares and doesn't say anything, or he stands up and runs out of the room. Like the interactions on like a live stream or a webinar, anything online, versus how it would play out in the real world is like comedy. It'd be so awkward and hilarious. Or the equivalent is Rico Suave is like walking down the hallway. He sticks his head in the door and yells something and then keeps walking. Like in the real world, what would you view that person as, right? I mean, maybe that's what he did. He just said it real quick and then just left. Like, that's crazy. Before I could even, like, I don't know. It is a weird, weird place. Whoa, whoa, hey, 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 hey. Not even the class clown, just like the class dent. Yeah, maybe so, Todd. All right, well, we got the pullback here, and hey, I wanted to see it, dance a little bit with that yellow line, and I suppose in hindsight it got close, but in my mind, not close enough. So nothing that I could work with there. But if there's something you could work with, congrats on the short. So what I think Rico Suave was saying was on this trade here, where it was very small green. He's like, man, you're picking up pennies. Basically, you're taking on all this risk to take pennies. And what I was going to try to tell him was, well, wait a second. Yes, I'm deleting that. Black. I despise that prop firm. I don't even like their name in here. Yes, this prop firm is way better. Take Profit Trader. But what he was missing was, well, what happens if this move had actually happened? Now all of a sudden he couldn't say, oh man, you're picking up penny, or you're stepping over dollars to pick up pennies. Well, no, I was trying to get it. I just didn't get the move. So it's just one of those things where, Rico Suave is just not being too suave. But apparently he just said that and then left, and then he will continue in his ignorance. That's the problem. That's why ignorant people are oftentimes remain ignorant, because they don't give themselves the chance to learn. But to be fair to Rico, maybe that is not what he meant. So maybe I'm misunderstanding. However, this is also the problem where when you don't actually interact with the conversation, nobody actually knows. So dent is a newly found term that I love. Oh yeah. I am a dented baboon. Some days I'm more dented than others. Okay, come down below that green line, and I'm going to try a buy right there. But don't go up too much now. No. Drop. No. Go down. Harry Dent? Don't you mean Harvey Dent? Isn't that the Batman guy? Is futures best to be in and out of a trade quickly? Scalping. Oh, yeah, Black, yes. If in the category of day trading futures through a prop firm, by far the most efficient. All right, Trump's talking about 45 minutes. Gotcha. That seems like something that could be very relevant to us. So, yeah. See, now this threw things off. I don't want to, so never mind at this point. Well, looking like the overall double top maybe working out. Yes, yeah. 100%. Day trading futures is better because in the world of options day trading, you have to deal with theta. There is no, not only do futures move better than options anyways, futures also do not have theta. So you don't have to deal with that nonsense. All right, I'm getting along there at the green line if it comes down. Again, looking to get long at the green line there if it wants to come down. Looking for a long at the green line. Come on. No, no, no. Don't bounce yet. Don't bounce yet. Yeah, if you just run a Google on those ones, like it'll pop up real quick. Very common asked question, so Google's got that one on lockdown. Come on. But yeah, I don't, yeah, what is it? MNQ is what, $2 a point, I think, MNQ? Is that right? All right, here we go, maybe. Maybe kind of, sort of. And I'm going to come down now a little bit to right there. Given we technically had a little bit of a false bounce there. So now maybe this is a sign. All right, there was my original entry point, and I would have been fine, I think. Oh, yeah. There's 10 points on it. Doggone it. Well. 46. Yeah. I'm going to stick here. I'm going to stick there. Entry point. Green line. So basically looking to play a fake breakdown of this 50 period simple moving average, but right now it's seemingly bouncing from it. Yep, there we go. Come on down. I don't know. Maybe I should just be getting long here. If you're getting long here and you're like throw a stop right below there, I can see that. Maybe that's what I should be doing. I'm just trying to stay patient though to what my trade plan, my revised trade plan is, but I don't know. This is starting to make me think, but I don't want to get suckered in. But like I said, if you're a long here or you're getting long, I don't think you're crazy at all. I can understand the logic. I just think it might want to go down to that green line. So I'm going to hold strong with what? Or maybe I'm just totally wrong. Going long here would be wrong. Going long here would also be wrong. I guess we'll find out. Hindsight will be the judge. It's just one of those things where I swear, if I get long here, it seems like as soon as I get long, it'll drop down. I'll be able to play the game of, man, I could have gotten filled down there. So I'm just going to hold steady. Okay. Again, looking to get long at the green line. Okay, come on, a little bit more. Little bit more. Okay, I'm in. Come on. Come on. Come on. Go green, go green, go green, go green, go green. I'll take that scalpy scalp. I'll take that scalpy scalp. Scalp. Now, if you're still long and you have your stop like below the low, yeah, I don't think that's anything wrong with that. Although you're maybe getting stopped out here, but like I said, hindsight will be the judge. Maybe the scalpy scalp turned out to be the dumbest thing ever, but we'll see. At 12:45. Okay, so that means that the speech, if it's scheduled for 12:45, will probably happen at what, about like 1:30? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. For you people that were choosing against the scalpy scalp, you may be getting ready to get, again, on the 5-minute, right, look at that. If that looked it may have looked random here on the 2-minute. It necessarily wasn't. It was just, I was buying at the high right there. So high right there, former area of resistance. Resistance act as support, and then combine that with the fact of we also had the 21 EMA right there. So we had kind of different time frames confirming some things. That's where I decided to take a swing at it, and hey, it worked. Well, good. Glad you're enjoying, Black. Like I said, if you want to support the stream and make sure that it keeps on moving, keep it ad-free. Code Clay, all caps, with Take Profit Trader or any other prop firm, but the one I use, I recommend. Take Profit Trader. All right, as it continues. All right, so next one here, maybe. Like a double bottom. See that low right there? And then we also have the pivot point right there. So maybe some sort of long down around, what is that? 10? But I don't know right now. This is just, if I were to put that in there, that's just purely unadulterated catching the knife. Now, there's some logic behind where I'm trying to catch it, but now we just bleeding. Hey, if you're enjoying this in any way, please hit that like button. It does help. And we do need to get up to 200 likes by the 2-hour mark. So I use likes as a very practical metric to gauge, are people enjoying? Are people finding value? And if they are, well, we'll keep the party going. I'll keep the stream going. If they're not, well, that's okay. But I would like to know, in the spirit of trying to manage my time as wisely as possible, if people are enjoying or not. So like I said, if you are enjoying, hitting that like button is a very practical, it has practical ramifications. I'll put it that way. Wow. Well, I'm glad I did not do it, because yes, this is picking up some downside steam here. All right, I'm going to try here though. Yeah, a 10-point stop with slippage. Let's call it 12-point stop. So here we go. Let's see if we can get a bounce off of this area here. I am trying to catch a knife though. Let's be clear about that. I think I'm trying to catch it at a reasonable area, but it is still a knife catch nonetheless. I just got my 150K to pro. Good job, M-Troll, and congrats. Again, looking to get long down here at the green line. Stop at the red line. So looking over here, you can see 10-point, but factor in a little slippage. Not that there's a lot of slippage in futures. I mean, there can be if like Trump tweets something, but just factoring in a little bit there. Man, why is the chat so quiet today? What is going on? This is, even if I don't know. One of the main reasons that makes this tolerable when I normally go 4 hours is because there's actually stuff going on in the chat. Nobody is talking at all. It's kind of boring. It's like I'm talking to myself. I guess, I don't know. Is everybody just really busy trading right now? We are getting cooked. That's what's going on. Yeah. If you're long and undisciplined, this move is cooking you. That's fair. I don't know if I'd go as far as saying I missed the trolls, but okay, here we go. Maybe. Again, looking to get long at the green line. Oh, or is it just going to bounce here off the overnight low? Or overnight high, I'm sorry. Oh, cool. Just deals. Glad to have you. Always nice when a new person comes across. No. All right. Well, In hindsight, yeah, the buy was at the overnight high. In hindsight. Cancel those out for now. So if you are a believer that this is in all actuality some sort of just range now, then I would assume your mind is starting to go to long, because you're thinking, well, if this is what the range is doing, well, then we're basing it down here. So, you know, this right here is where I'm assuming you're throwing out there. Okay, are we ready to go back up? I don't know if I'm quite on that page, but it's in the back of my mind. It's in the back of my mind. Again, Compton, we've had this conversation ad nauseum, and unfortunately, you just don't seem to want to listen to me. You're getting lucky in options. Take Profit Trader actually has rules. So per the rules, that's what's getting you. But you're trading with no rules, holding and hoping, all the bad stuff you're doing with options. Yeah, it worked out today. But, and I know I'm not trying to, but per the numbers you have told me you've lost over the years in options, you well know that it's only a matter of time before your behavior that did yield a green today is going to burn you once again. Like that would be the explanation. But it is not. Okay, here we go. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh! Okay, all right. All right, let me cook. Doesn't mean that's going to work, but check it out. 5 minute, we have the VWAP, and we have the 50 period right there. So I'm going to go 35. Okay. I am catching a knife, though. I am catching a knife once again. It's going, yeah, yes, I agree. It is going down right now. Good. I hope it goes down more so it can fill me. Oh, hey. All right. Don't scare me like that, Neil. Thought I had 94 locked in there. Okay. No. Don't bounce off VWAP. Let's do a fake break. My delta shows sellers only. Well, your delta is wrong right now because there's some buyers that just showed up. And for the scalpy scalper, that was plenty of bounce right there. So your delta, by definition, is literally wrong. Because as you said that, we were seeing buyers because the price was going up. Domini, what are you talking about? It literally just went green. Quite literally, as you're like, my delta shows no buyers. We had a green candle forming, which requires buyers. In fact, are we about to have the Darcy effect here? My delta shows sellers only. Are we about to see an epic bounce? Right? Oh my goodness. This is why people stop following gimmick indicators. My gamma exposure, my delta, blah, blah, blah. Just follow the KISS method. Keep it simple, stupid. You can't make this stuff up. Dude literally says, no buyers so far. My delta shows sellers only. And then, I mean, now we're looking at this. Dominique, don't try to backtrack. I'm telling you, it is a law of nature. The Darcy effect is a law of nature. Oh no. Don't tell me. I was at 35. Please don't tell me that went to 35. Why? Yeah, I don't even know why I canceled that out. I don't remember. Who is Darcy? Oh, Darcy's a legend around these parts. We discovered a law of nature around him. Amazing. You can't make that stuff up. I agree. It deceives me sometimes. Yeah. Yeah. That's why just blanket statements like that. All the sellers are gone. You kind of set yourself up for, yeah. Darcy's cousin. All right, I'm going to go long at the green line there. If it wants to come back up, looking to get long at the green line. 833 incoming. So I assume you're short right now, Evan? All right, never mind on that one. I've not seen that movie, so I do not get that reference. Okay, Benjamin, do you want to be any more specific? Where are you short? Where's your stop at? Where's your target? I'm sorry, but just saying short doesn't really mean anything. Well, it means very little. I'll put it that way. It's shorts time. Okay, again, same with you, Car Kesha. Where are you going to get short? Where's your stop loss at? Where's your target? At yellow line. Benjamin, are you making these trades or no? What number? To give us actual numbers. What do you mean at yellow line? Well, where at the yellow line? You do not have a number? $9.42 is where, okay, and where's your stop at, Benjamin? $60. All right. Thank you. Next time, just give us all these numbers instead of just saying short. 5 minute, we are at all sorts of very, very interesting areas. We are at a big old congestion point. We got the VWAP. We got the 50% moving average. We have the 200% moving average. Does any of that mean it'll bounce? No, there are no guarantees, but I'd be nervous to get in short around this area right now. Evan, we've had this before. If you truly thought that 833 was incoming, you would be short right now. No, you're not confident. You definitionally speaking are not confident. This is the easiest way. This is the easiest circumstance to prove when people are not confident. It's going. I'm confident it's going to 833. Oh, so you have a trade on? No. Just stop. Just stop. Just say, hey, Clay, I'm bored, so I'm flapping my lips. Just say that. I'll respect that a lot more. But don't tell me that you're confident and then you're not even in the trade. Don't do that to us, okay? None of us like you peeing on our legs and trying to tell us it's raining. Like, trading is the one beautiful area where you can actually prove or disprove very easily if somebody is actually confident. Well, then you're not confident. Because if you were confident, then you'd be like, hey, I can add on to my goal. Again, I think most of us will respect you way better if you say, Clay, I'm actually not confident. I'm just kind of bored, so I'm flapping my lips here. But do not say that you are confident. Because if I'm confident that a price is going somewhere, I'm taking that trade. Even if I have a goal, why would I not? Good job, Benjamin. Dang it, right off of no, that's right. I was never thinking about that area either. It's easy in hindsight, like, oh, I was never thinking about that area. Shame on me, I suppose. Clay, you are helping screw the trolls. Oh, no, it's just, Evan's not a troll. He's been here a long time. It's just, when people try to pee in our legs and tell us it's raining, it's like, just don't do that. It does, yeah, the McDonald's arches. Should we call it the McDonald's arch pattern? Yeah, they are trying. They are trying. Like I said, it makes sense around this general area where if there could be a bounce, not saying that it will, no guarantees, but shorting down around this area would have me very nervous. They want to stay between this level. And what makes you say they want to stay between those levels? I'm not saying you're wrong. Just what's your thought process on that, Red Don? Why do you say they want to stay between these levels? Yeah, there you go, Lou. All right, I'm going to try a buy down here. See if we can maybe get back-to-back hammer candles. I want it to go up. Well, I want it to go down here to the green line, and then we'll be on the same page. Massive cool factor. Then we'll be united. We'll both want it to go up. Well, we'll see how that plays out, Red On. Is this likely to go down to New York open low? Well, I have no idea. Okay, I'm in. Long, that is. Nope, looking like it's not really caring about the hammer right now. Bounce! Bounce! Go! Maybe the market's trying to be polite. Clay, we're letting you get out for like a break even. You might want to take it. All right, all right. Small loss on that one. I'll take it. I'll take the... I gave that thing plenty of time to get a follow through. It wasn't going it, so you have a call. No, I do not day trade options. Day trading options is literally very, very not good. Very stupid. Mathematically provable, very stupid. It's the epitome of making your life harder than it needs to be. Middle of the range. Don't diddle in the middle of what range? What range are we talking about? I'm not saying we're not in the middle of a range, but goodness, I don't see that. It was mentioned, Mad Greek, but thank you. Yes, something like that is certainly worthwhile. Although we should. All right, let's do this. Let's take a guess. The speech is scheduled for 12:45, but we all know Trump's always late to his speeches. So take a guess. When do you think the speech will actually happen? I think 1:03 p.m. Eastern. That's my guess. 1:03. Everybody talking Eastern. 1:03 is my guess. Oh, what position did I have? I'm day trading futures here. Probably around 6. %50 of today's poll up move. Well, are you trading in this, Red Don? Or are you just kind of color commentating? Now, if you're making money from all this stuff, fantastic. But like at some time, just describing what's happening doesn't necessarily. Yep, you're okay. Good. That's what I like to hear. I'm sketching the speech and watching. Oh, did you not make? Were you not able to make it, Callie? Why the stream is 10-minute delayed? Because your scroll bar is messed up. Look at your scroll bar, and somehow you fell 10 minutes behind. Kids, gotcha. I hear you there. Congrats, Red On. Do I try another long down around here? I think I'll take a swing at it. See if this is some sort of bottom trying to form. No, Carl's usually not delayed. Oh, yeah, no. Carl from Canada. Yeah, he hasn't been back in a while. That poor guy. Hey, Clay, TPT is a game. Yeah, Benjamin, yeah. Take Profit Trader. Good stuff. It is. I agree. Well, it just as a whole, day trading futures in a prop firm, absolute game changer. But yes, I do think that because Take Profit Trader is the best prop firm out there, I think it amplifies it that much more. Why are trading options bad? Well, day trading options are bad because you have theta to deal with. So futures, not only do they move better than options anyways, they also don't have theta. They are contracts, but they don't have theta. Hey, Pauldy. G Zark, yeah, that's my thoughts on that firm. Deleted. Not a fan. What platform I'm on is I am using Take Profit Trader as my prop firm, and then through Take Profit Trader, I am with Tradovate. All right, well, I'll cancel that out. All right, I am looking at a short potentially here around 36. I'm thinking maybe this is... No! Stop doing that. All right, well, I got to move it up here now. Look for maybe a fake break. Reclaim 9 EMA. Well, I don't use a 9 EMA, so I can't really comment on that one, brother. Again, looking to get short at the red line up there. And now this is a V shape, then it'll be a losing trade. Come on, stop doing that. All right, let's move it up here now. Ooh, oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Nope, that's where I am. Look at this. 21 EMA and the overnight high, basically right at the same value. Does not imply it'll be a winning trade, but that is a super interesting level. Hey, Ernest. I see they have Olympic commercials running. Who's they? What do you think of the single stock futures coming? It'll be interesting, but for me, I have zero interest because one of the main reasons why I like futures is to get away from having to scan. But like now all of a sudden, if I can scan amongst like 10 different stock futures, it's like, well, now I'm right back to where I was. I don't want... The attractive thing about futures to me, one of the biggest, is the time savings of not having to scan for things to trade, because in futures, the same thing every day gives you multiple opportunities. So there's no reason to scan. But like now all of a sudden, if there's 20 stock futures, it's like, well, now I got to run scans among... No, I don't want to do that. So, I mean, there's nothing wrong with it, but for me, that's kind of like backtracking to what I'm trying to get away from. I love the fact that I can save so much time in my morning by not having to wake up early, run my scans, blah, 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 because I just know what I'm going to trade every day. Hey, Clay, do you need a large account to trade futures? No. No, that, again, with the prop firms, Jeremy. So if you do what I'm doing using this prop firm, the lowest that you could get started is $90. If you have $90, you could get yourself $25K in purchasing power. For $216, you could get yourself $150K in purchasing power. So no, you do not need a lot of money at all to day trade futures. That's where through a prop firm comes into play. I'm new to futures and I'm going for 150 profit a day. I hit 221 today and stopped trading every time I try to go back. Good job, Ernest. Way to stick to those rules. Max my prop today on the DPD eval 1500. Create a new eval and use your code. Hey, good job. Thank you, Barca. So sounds like you are doing the racehorse model. You're now starting to run through multiple accounts, and that way when you get some accounts passed, you'll have pros, you'll have other ones waiting for you. That is what I do. We call it the racehorse model around here. Get that, but would still prefer the single stock futures options if you have a small. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, again, for me, I'm sure some people will love the individual stock futures. Although somebody was saying they've tried that before and it kind of fizzled out. Obviously, that doesn't mean it'll fizzle out again, but it's actually not anything. Was that you, Greg? Didn't you mention that they tried that before? But yes, no, I'm not going to never say never. But if, for example, if Tesla futures are absolutely ripping and roaring and it's great, yeah, maybe I'll check them out. But do I plan on like waking up every morning and running scans amongst the XYZ amount of individual future stocks? No. Okay, here we go. Here we go. I have an entry right there for a short. Short. I like that, Dev. Nothing but respect. Giving us our trade plan ahead of time. 3 numbers. You think it will work? Okay, so it was a lack of tech issue last time, not necessarily interest. You know, I'm all for it. Anything that can bring more people into the futures realm, I'm all for it. Because futures are so much better than stocks. And then, like I said, you sprinkle in the whole prop firm thing, and it just makes sense. Hey, we need 17 more likes here to get this up to 200 likes by the 2-hour mark. So if you're enjoying this in any way, shape, or form, make sure you hit that like button so we can keep this party moving. I do use the likes as a metric of interest. If people are not interested, well, it's good to know. That way I can move on with my day. But if people are still interested, then we'll keep the party going. But the only way I know how to really gauge interest is via that like button. So if you are enjoying, please hit the like button. All right. Let's see if it wants to make a push-up. This candle right here is a little worrisome, though. That was a beautiful candle for shorts. I can see that one suckered in shorts, and they just got... That's a shame. Like any short that got bearish after that candle, I see you. I see you. Maybe stupid question. Are you long future? I'm not in a trade at all right now. If I was in a trade, one of these numbers would be moving around. But no, right now I'm not trying to get long a future. I'm trying to get short. Well, to be fair, Brad, I mean, some people are here and they probably don't like this stream. Other people are trying to figure out if they like this stream. And then as I've learned, which is why I offer reminders, some people just forget to like. Like they're here, they are enjoying, and then... Like, I don't know if Vlad's here, but I swear every time Vlad's like, hey, man, just hit the like button. But yeah, I forgot once again. So I would think the same thing, Brad. But like, kind of being in it for now a little over a year of live streaming, and the amount of people that have said, oh, I forgot, it's a surprising amount. Hey, we're at 205. The party shall continue. All right, well, now we're going back down. And I am interested. Let's see. Yeah. Long. Oh. I don't like putting my stop. Okay. Well, I can always get back in. Okay. Speech is supposed to start in 9 minutes, but I'm not going to be worried about it because I would be shocked if Trump was on time. I'm working out and on a sell of ES and I forgot to like. See, there we go. Luis. See, Luis is one of these people or he just forgot. And that's fine. Doggone it. Okay, so now this is turning into I can't quite get filled. And even when I did get filled on that one, it went a little bit more behind or against me than I wanted. It still turned out to just a small little loss, but these are crazy candles. High of that candle, let's just say 60. Low of the candle, let's say 10. So I'm not a mathematical genius, but this is a 50. This is over two. This is a 2-minute candle. We got a 50-point range on this thing. That's nutso. That's nutso. If you roasted an account today, I got you. I feel you. I can understand that. Don't beat yourself up too much. Today is a volatile day. All right, I'll cancel those out. Is it wanting to head back up? Yeah, and then the other different... Yes, okay. Good. Thank you, Andrew. I appreciate that. One minute ATR is up. Yeah. That's wild, though. It was up to 65. I mean, I believe it, but that just shows how crazy this morning was. ATR of 65 on the 1 minute. That's crazy. It's wild. I kind of want to get long there, but I don't know if this is a forced trade. This seems like it might be a forced trade. It's options expiration day. I don't know about that. I would probably lean more towards just we had the news finally about tariffs today. And now, Trump's going to be speaking. That looks good. I hesitated. Doggone it. I am just a mere mortal. I know I look like a Greek god, but believe it or not, I am just a mere mortal. You took it? Well, good for you, Neil. You want a cookie? Yes, I'm talking out of bitterness, right? I am a baboon. What's the yellow line? The VWAP. I want a stale Twinkie. You know what, Neil? How you are not a mod yet? I don't know. You are a trustworthy person. So, Neil, you're becoming a mod right now. There we go. Neil, you need to quit your job. No more making movies. You now work here. I expect you to be here at 5 a.m. and work till 8 p.m. Eastern. And I pay in hugs and stale Twinkies. Yes, the quickest way to not be a mod is to ask to be a mod. There you go, Neil. You have been against not even asking to be a mod. You are now a mod. You make the you type of people make the best mods. I've gained 10 pounds from the stale Twinkies. Sounds about right. Okay, maybe a short here. If this one... Okay, I'm not worried about Trump. I was going to say, okay, his speech starts in 5 minutes, but that also presupposes that he's actually going to be on time. I don't think that's a good assumption. All right, if it comes back up here to this area once again and gets rejected, I'm going to take a swing at it from the short side. Yeah, but Neil, just as a reminder, leave the bans to me and the timeouts to me. But if you just see an egregious post, then yeah, if you don't mind, if somebody starts to show up talking about some, crypto, thing found, yeah. Okay, here we go. Maybe. Oh, no. Don't do it, Clay. Don't do it. I'm going to tempt myself. But I'm going to at least give it a try. All right, so here's how I like to draw the trend lines. All I'm going to look at is these 2 points here. My focus is on connecting those 2 points, and then let's see how accurate the trend line actually is. So I don't want my trend line bias to be corrupted by anything else, so I'm going to just focus on those 2 points, and let's see how it shakes out. So that and that. Okay, not bad. Look at that. Boom, right off of there. So I'm going to keep that trend line here. I'm going to keep that trend line in here. Yeah, that's true. What Bill says, it does take years. It takes years to learn the craft. Yeah, it is true. It does get costly because like Greg is saying, you'll have to start to get on like diabetes medicine. Because for some reason, nobody ever takes the hugs as payment. They just want the stale Twinkies. But I am a very gracious boss. At least I pay. Could that be a trap? Yeah, I don't know, Johnny. Some people are probably looking at this, and they're not necessarily wrong, but as like a form of like an ascending triangle. But you got to keep in mind, from the bigger picture, this ascending triangle is actually just one bit. I mean, right now from the overarching, and I'm just crudely drawing this. We got a big old bear pennant right now. So that's what I'm wondering about the low part. Do I? Whoa, 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 whoa! Look at that! Right off that tread line. The pot. Goodness! Look at that! You can't make this stuff up. You saw me draw that tread line. This is not after the fact trend line. Unbelievable. And again, I'm not bragging about myself. I am bragging about charts, though. Are charts a perfect tool? No. But to anybody that makes fun of charts, it's like, I don't know if you've ever actually used charts because they're kind of cool. Well, I don't use charts because they're just a self-fulfilling prophecy. Has anybody ever had that thrown at them? Well, charts are a joke. They're just one big self-fulfilling prophecy. Has anybody ever heard that? I blew up a funded, so I maxed out. Okay. Well, sorry to hear about the blow up, Cody, but good job maxing out those other ones. And thank you for I clayed, and I see what you did there. Code Clay, all caps. Appreciate that. Going through TFP and seeing the patterns form live is yeah. Well, good, Pam. I'm glad you're in. Yes, exactly. To kind of see this stuff in real time is pretty interesting. But yes, if anybody ever tells you, well, charts are a joke, charts are blah, charts are that, it's just a self-fulfilling prophecy, think about what they just conceded in their very critique. They just conceded that self-fulfilling prophecies exist. So with that logic, if self-fulfilling prophecies do exist, would it not be smart to therefore know where these self-fulfilling prophecies exist at, which is the whole point of where charts come into play? So that's why I always just concede, yeah, okay, fine, I agree with you. It's just all self-fulfilling prophecies. But hey, you just admitted self-fulfilling prophecies exist, and that's all charts are. They're taking advantage of self-fulfilling prophecies. So there's no point in trying to, don't argue that it's not self-fulfilling prophecies. Just accept the premise and then, go on that. You signal on here. What do I mean? Do I signal on here? Are you a blonde? Are you one of these lazy traders that doesn't want to think for themselves? You're just looking for signals? Because I hate to tell. Well, I don't hate to tell you. I'd be happy to tell you. Why? Why do you care if I want to call out trades? You just want to follow me blindly? Yeah, exactly. The sign of laziness. Do you do signals? I don't want to think for myself. I just want to follow people. If only trading were that easy. Yeah, Raspberry, well said. It's a game of probabilities. All right, I assume Trump is not speaking. He should be, but we all know. So again, my guess was 1:03 p.m. Eastern. I get like super close, then wig myself out. Okay, so that would tell me that you probably don't have a strategy that you have any confidence in, which is part of the journey. I have zero secrets. Anybody that claims they have secrets and are going to tell you the secret, here's the secret. Ready? Manage risk. There it is. There it is. Was like so close to passing, then blew up the account. How many accounts have you blown up? I need a V8. 2. Okay, that is literally nothing. That is literally nothing. I have blown up the equivalent of, before I got into prop firms and all that, I have blown up the equivalent of 45 accounts in one trade. So yeah. Don't beat yourself up too bad over 2 blown accounts. Ooh, this 5-minute. Oh my goodness. Ooh, I don't think I can turn this down. I got to be looking for a short here. Well, but there's no setup for me there. It went a big solid green candle and then immediately big solid red candle. Like there's nothing I can do with that. Okay, Dimitri, please keep their name out of this place. The death of Apex? What are you talking about? YOLO time? I mean, if you have an A+ setup and you want to go aggressive with it, I mean, if you want to consider that a YOLO, that is one of the nice things about prop firms. Well, good. Glad it could help out, Justa. Glad it helped out with your mindset and all that good stuff. Fantastic. I've been 5 contracts all day. What do you mean not open? Easy to succeed when you can fail endlessly. Well, no, you can't fail endlessly. But you can fail way more than if you're using your own cash. Which is why I think prop firms are great. They just, they allow you to fail way more than if you're using your own cash, right? Because a $2,000 lesson, well, is a $2,000 lesson with your own funds. But if you're in a prop account, a $2,000 lesson would blow up the account. But if you only paid $100 for that account, well, then it's the same exact learning lesson. One lesson cost you $2,000, the other cost you $100. So again, that doesn't mean that a prop firm is going to still guarantee anybody find success, but I would argue it gives you way more chance to figure things out. How much profit do you get up? Anything. I am on team. If I'm owed 37 cents, I'm going to take 37 cents payout. That doesn't mean that it's the right way, but yeah, I don't build buffer. I just take payouts. I am a handsome young man. Well, thank you, Kathy. Remove the line. It holds the market up. That's true. Yeah. That is true. If you want the market to drop, all I got to do is delete that line. It'll drop. That is true. Look how flat that 21 EMA line is. Must be waiting for something. I wonder what. Yeah. Almost like there's a speech or something. I cannot thank you enough. I have traded SPY options for over 2 years. The risk reward on prop firms is brilliant. Yeah, thank you, Kenny. I'm glad you're continuing to enjoy things. That's good stuff right there. Well, we are trapped right underneath this pivot point here on the 5-minute. So, I mean, is that a breakout area? It would also be a breakout of the... I don't know. It's just knowing that Trump could start speaking at any moment is a little scary, but the world above. I made 7,000 because of Clay Trader trading course. Oh, good. I didn't know you did my courses. Well, great to hear. That's a good return on investment for you then. Congratulations. All right. I don't know. I think I kind of want to take a swing. Just see if it wants to break. I'm going to do it. I might regret this, but I'm gonna give it a go. See if it wants to give me that breakout. Come on. Please don't smack it back down, purple line. If you're getting short here, I'm not blaming you. I can see it. Come on, push. Push. Okay, I'm out, but I'm going to switch over to short now if it comes down. Okay, I went from long, out. Now I'm trying to get in short. No, no, no. Don't make me look stupid. I'm on the internet. Please. Please stop breaking out. Hey, Marky the market maker, you're making me look stupid right now. Could you stop that, please? Doggone it. Hi, when are you going to switch to MNQJ6? I don't know. I think the H contracts still have the most volume. Yeah, I go by volume, Simon. So as far as I'm aware, the H contracts still have more volume than the J, so I'm sticking with wherever the volume's at. Well, if anybody took that long and they're like, what are you doing, you baboon? What do you mean you're going to try to get short? Whoa, hey, what happened here, boy? Okay, maybe I'm not totally... Okay, 05. Goodness, that's a 30-point stop. What are we doing here? Again, if I were to get short here and then stop up there, it's 30 points. Hey, Pure Tone, good to see you. I think we're headed back to 25,100. Was that the bottom of this range? Yeah, kinda. What's gold doing? Gold grinding up towards highs right now, too. Working on a 3 inside up 15-minute candle pattern off the Monday low. A 3 inside up. I can't say I've heard of that one. Maybe I have heard of it. I just call it something different. But a 3 inside up. Not quite sure. Whoa, hey. Oh, people just got cooked. Cooked. Wow. That's why every trader needs one of this at their desk. There are some traders out there that are looking for this right now. Yeah, if you were short, you need this because you just were like, whoa, great. If you were long, yeah, hopefully you're in a prop account. Because longs just got cooked. That was, I don't know what, from 20 down to about 60, about a 55-ish point move. I was short just before move. Well, good. Yeah, if you were short, you just got a pleasant... I've been there before. Where, you get that move and your brain, locks up. You're like, oh, yeah, okay, get out. Oh, who said that? You're right. Look at this. The trend line that I drew. Okay, not exact, but... Remember this trend line? Look how close that got to the trend line I drew way back when. Crazy. Power of trend lines, brothers. And did anybody get cooked there? Did anybody just lose an account? 50-point move just cooked me. Yeah, okay, the angle. Hey, the Vangler. Like I said, this is why I argue for prop accounts. Because, man, can you imagine if you're along with your own funds and something like that happens? Depending on your account, your account could have just been liquidated. So, yeah. Anybody else get cooked on that one if you're long? Again, I don't think you're crazy for being long. It did break up through here. It was looking nice. And then just like that, boom. Anybody get cooked? I know the Vangler did. I love losing accounts to crazy movements. Well, on the bright side, think about if you're in that with your own cash. Maybe that helps your perspective a little bit. And then it goes right back up. That is brutal. That's tilt-inducing there. People that are long get knocked out, and then it just goes right back up. Oh, my goodness. If you stop in on those big candles, is there slippage in the sim? Yeah, there can be slippage. Men in the white van did that. Yeah. That was all Marky. Marky the market maker, right? According to some. The little man that lives in Fort Knox that just controls everything. I have to tell the girlfriend that the car has some problems now. Yeah, the money just went, that's rough. That's rough. I'm down 1,200 just today. It's, well, Swedish guy, hopefully you mean that in a prop account, not actual funds down $1,200. Because holy smokes, You could buy a lot of accounts for 1,200 bucks. I don't know. Is this a long now? Look at the 5-minute. Down and now all the way back up. Is this the leading indicator that we're going to now kind of get one of these big movements with just all green candles? I kind of want to go long, but man, I'm also a little worried that if I get long, is one of these moves just going to come out of nowhere again? Take a trade, Clay. Yeah, if you buy me an account. Wait a minute. Do I recognize that name? Is this a troll? Let's see. Let's see if I can remember. That might be a troll. Pretty sure a troll. It's on a prop. Okay, well, that's good, Swedish. That makes me feel a lot better. Long from 31. Okay, so I like that raspberry. Nothing but respect. Given a trade plan ahead of time. Okay, Trump's about to talk. Is he approaching? My guess was 103. Okay, Trump. Wait 3 more minutes, brother. 3 more minutes, and then I'll be right with my prediction. He's not to stage yet. Okay, we got time. We got a chance. Again, if you care about trading while Trump is speaking, then you might want to refrain, especially when the topic is probably going to be the tariff stuff. Did you guess one? Oh, looks like you're going to be oh so close yet oh so far away. No, he is not live yet. What Jason said. What Jason said. Market's probably going to get affected by the speech. Oh, I have no idea, Hunter. That is the whole point of why I probably will not be trading, because I have no idea. I have no thoughts. My only thought is I don't know. That's my thought, is I don't know. Who are you talking to, Trucking? Okay, it's one. I got 1 minute. 1 minute. Let's see if I can nail it. My guess was he'll speak at 103. Well, I have more than 5. I don't even know how many I have sitting in the stable. But yes, I like having, to answer your question, yes, I like having multiple racehorses. It keeps my mind at ease. And then I'm also not tempted to pay the insane price for a pro reset. He's not on stage yet. Okay, I still got 1 minute. Still got 1 minute to be right. My guess was 103. No, the only prop firm I use and that I've ever used is Take Profit Trader. I'm very pleased with them. If I ever get to the point of empire expansion where I'm, wanting to trade 30 accounts, then yeah, I'm sure I'll give them a try. But for me, I'm a tortoise. I go slow and steady. And for me, Take Profit Trader right now is all that I need. No, I said at 103. It is still possibly 103. So I still got a chance, Ty. Still got a chance. Oh, I see. Yeah, you can have up to 5. Well, you can have as many pros as you want, but as far as active pros, you can have 5, which you can copy trade. But yeah, in the background, you could have, in theory, 50 past accounts. So you could have 50 pro accounts just waiting for you to activate. But that's the nice thing is you don't have to activate them, and there's no monthly charge as they just sit there in the stable, which is why the racehorse model take profit trader is feasible. Other prop firms, if they're charging you monthly fees, yeah, I don't know if the math quite works out as well. Yeah, actually, that reminds me. Real quick, let me help out Brad, and this reminds me that I do need to get better at this anyways. But just very quickly, if you do want to help support the stream, so somebody was asking, do I have a code with Lucid? I do. So these are everybody that I have a code with. Code Clay, all caps. Thank you for asking, by the way. So yes, I recommend Take Profit Trader. I think they're the best in the business, but there are many strategies. There are many, goals, empire building. People want multiple prop firms. But yeah, especially if you're just getting started, I think Take Profit Trader is by far the best way to go. But yes, I do have a code with Lucid and all those other prop firms. So again, thank you. Thanks for asking, Brad. All right, pulling back to that tread line. This is a juicy tread line. Like, I don't know. Ooh, even now, if you were to short, so if you were to wait to short the overnight high, that would imply that the 21 EMA has been broken, trend line's been broken, and I might have to try that for a short. We'll see. We'll see. I heard. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I keep my head kind of down. But yeah, Apex, I guess, has been sending out some emails, but I don't know. Again, I speak very, very vaguely, so I could be way wrong, but it sounds like some trader was being believe it or not, some dude bragging about stuff on social media may have been leaving out some parts. Shocking to hear, I'm sure. But again, I might be way wrong. That could be way wrong in my analysis because I don't know. But yes, there have been some emails from Apex. So I am wrong. I guessed 103. Yeah, he broke every rule by this. Yeah, I like I said, I don't know enough to comment, but so still nothing from Trump. You do TPT. Cool, Tim. Yeah, so diversifying. Yeah, like I said, I have code Clade with all 3 of them. So if you want to support the stream, Tim, would appreciate it. Big spike on the Pentagon Pizza Index. Huh? Is that a real thing or is that like a meme or something that I'm not getting? Fox News just said about 10 more minutes for Trump. Oh boy. You making any trades today, Mark, or are you still kind of just chilling out? It is a real thing. Oh, interesting. Kind of funny, but also worth checking out. No, that's real. Basically tracks how many pizza is being ordered to the Pentagon. Ah, gotcha. Gotcha. Nice job, Mark. Good job. Yes, right. With all your money. In fact, I want you to go rob somebody too. I want you to find a sweet old little lady crossing the street. I want you to take her purse so that you can use those funds to go short. Yes, yes. Everything you have and then some. Trump late. I know. Zombie, where were you at, man? We took a poll on when we thought he would actually speak. My guess was 103. I was wrong. He's even later than that. This kind of looks tasty for a long. Do I do it? I think I'm going to take a swing at it if it gets up there. Hey, Jordan. Am I going for shorts? No, this is a long. But maybe it should be a short. Only hindsight knows. I am going down. Oh, your guess is down? Alfonso, hey, did you catch that 70-point drop around 10 a.m.? No. I was done by then, I think. No, I don't think so, Alfonso. But good. Sounds like you did. Congrats. I got over the buffer. Hey, let's go, Alfonso. Nice to be headed into the weekend with the payout. Again, looking to get long at the green line. So right now, just kind of a question of doesn't want to actually push up there. "30 seconds on the feed" was shouted out. Yeah, it's almost like the market's just waiting. Ooh, that was scary. That was delayed. I clicked cancel and the thing just... Oh, that was... Okay, all right. Okay, that was fast. Okay, that was instant. Okay. All right, I don't know now. That was a little scary. We'll see if the price... Yeah, I got to be careful. I don't want to get stuck in this little chop fest here. I really hope that this is not like some sort of 3-hour Trump speech. Does anybody know the topic? Clay, you have any recs for dealing with delays? Feels like Tradeovate has been having more and more of them. Dealing with delay. I mean, I kind of just... I guess, in a sense, I deal with them just by being in a prop firm. Because worst case, if the delay or whatever, cooks an account, well, at the end of the day, I'm not saying to have fun about it, but would I use, let me put it this way, would I use Tradeovate with my own funds? No way. No way. Yeah, I can't take that short right now. It's just... Okay, so it's specifically about the tariffs? Gotcha. So, yeah, I mean, how much is he really going to say? Like, he'll obviously say, we got to do something about, the courts, they're blah, blah, blah. But, like, does the market know, like, yeah, you can say that you're not doing anything to the courts? Like, what are you talking about? Yeah. It'll be interesting. But to be fair, all brokers, all platforms have delays. Tradeovate does seem to have them a little bit more than others. Same with Ninja. Apparently he's going to attempt Section 301. What's Section 301? Hey, Brian. He's eating lunch. I don't know if that was a joke or not, Rise 3, but like, if that was actually a real code, that'll be your first and last warning. Next one is an instant ban. Well, that long took a second but paid out. Yeah, congrats. little too choppy for me right now. He's still not talking yet. That's right. Well, we do play around a little bit, but not on that one. Like, you're going to show up and spam somebody else's code. Like, that's just, I mean, that is just this, that's just, yeah. That's an easy call there. The 6 p.m. time for Trump might be the might be the winner. Well, no, we were told about 7 minutes ago that it was 10 minutes. You had 115? Oh, you got a chance, maybe. I'm waiting for your trade plan, Rise, so I can mimic your trade plan. I need 3 numbers from you, though. I need an entry, a stop, and a target. I've been waiting on you for your 3-number trade plan. Report said, yeah. In the world of clicks, report said doesn't necessarily mean it's wrong, but I think the wise thing is to be skeptical of anything that sources said, reports said. Maybe. Okay, is he about to talk then? No? Oh. Well, that's just unfortunate that this trend line here that you guys heard me talk about earlier was interested for a short of it. But with all the Trump unknown and how he could be speaking at any moment, it's just didn't take it. Yes, in hindsight, shoulda, coulda, woulda, but that's all hindsight. He's not on stage yet, okay? It's at the 50 now and the 5. Yeah, it was on there. I'm long off that. So, Neil, it sounds like you don't care. Like, you'll just trade it through Trump's speech regardless. You don't care. Is that fair? Do I understand your kind of your approach on that on matters such as these? No. Oh, you will. You okay? No, what? No, you don't care, or no, you're not going to trade. Wait, what happened, Brian? You lost an account? I must have missed something. I'm situation on hands. I think you mean I'm sitting on hands, but saw that and it was too tempting. Gotcha. Oh man, yeah. A lot of people were talking about the issues this morning. I guess I was just in the right place at the wrong time, and from my vantage point, there was never any issues. But I think I must have just not been in the trades when those issues were going on. Mine kept logging you out. I had no issues today, but yesterday I got cooked, stuck in a trade. All right, I'm going to take a short right there. If it wants to bounce up to that area. Hey, Gary. Oh, no, it's just dropping, so never mind on that. Yeah, you might have a chance, Ty. Well, not might. You do have a chance. Really? Okay. I mean, I took a trade. I took a trade during that time. I did not have that issue, so it must not have been a universal issue. I'm stuck in a trade with 2 accounts from. What do you mean you're stuck in a trade? Okay, well, I have not heard of any sort of glitch like that where you would still be stuck in a trade from yesterday. Yeah, same with me, Neil. Not that I had a bunch of trades, but I didn't have any issues. But yeah, I don't know. I'd be a complete liar if I sat here and tried to explain how networks are set up or whatever, and how I don't know. Is it different parts of the country maybe are experiencing other things? Yeah, that's a good tip, Ty. Yeah. All right, do I try along at VWAP? Come on, Trump. Do you not know that there's a bunch of day traders in the world that are trying to form trade plans? We're waiting on you. Come on, man. I had 3 orders that lagged over 2 minutes, and then they had just executed all at once. Okay, so did you press the button 3 times and think you missed it? That's what I've had before. Before I click buy and I'm like, oh, I must not have hit it, and then I click buy again. So in the system, I just actually put in 2 orders, but then like a minute later, like both orders or something like that crazy happened. Trump's talking. All right, he's on. Okay, so if you care about that, Trump is officially speaking. I almost kind of want to listen. Where are you guys listening at? You guys will. You guys will keep me posted. You just started. Okay, Rise 3, this is your final warning, or else I'm just going to ban you, because I know you've been here before and you do this every time. Either give a trade plan or just, I don't know, don't make those comments. Short is just meaningless words. Is this even a real person? I don't know. No, stop. He blamed the Democratic Supreme. Stop. That's not what he said. Stop. 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 Okay, I guess what he'll probably do is some of the judges that are supposed to be conservative are actually, well, how'd the vote? What judges voted what? Six to three to strike down. Let's see. So majority. Who's in the majority? What do you mean they weren't listed? Okay, so I guess they don't necessarily say. I thought they'd have to say. Should we pay attention to news, Clay? Yeah, I mean, news is good to know about. Okay, Rise 3, you're gone, okay? See you later. I'll put you in timeout. You're just being obnoxious at this point. All right, yeah, this is the kind of action that, I mean, sorry but not sorry if you're getting chopped to pieces. Like, I mean, this is why a lot of people aren't going to be trading during the speech. So definitely kind of sorry, not sorry action. Market is great because of him. Well, I mean, let's keep things objective. When is the last time the market had any sort of significant pullback? That was like 2008, right? So, I mean, let's all stop and pretend like any presidents actually have anything to do with the market. Here's a hint. Look at the money supply and then look what the markets are doing. And I'm going to try a short here. I know. I know. Okay, if that red line turns blue, I'm in. Come on down. Come on, a little more. There we go. I'll take that. I mean, I'm... He says all tariffs will remain. Okay. I'm not going to pretend like I know how that works because wouldn't that now make him breaking the law? But again, I'm not pretending that I know how that works. Well, hey, maybe this is really good timing for me. As someone that's trying to build a house, maybe I'm going to get even better lumber prices and copper prices. We're not using copper, but whoa, hey. Now he's going to use alternatives. Gotcha. He just wants to, he demands to raise prices. Gotcha. There are other paths. Mm, to an extent, yeah. But with commodities, prices definitely fluctuate. So again, as someone myself that's trying to build a house, hey, yeah, get these tariffs out of here. Let the market be free. Let countries compete. You can't charge $1, but can stop all trades with those countries. Oh, so that's what he's going to do? He's going to just say, we're not trading with that country anymore? Okay, going to try for a short. Okay, I'm in. I'm short. You can't get filled? What do you mean you can't get filled? Go down. Hey, hey, that's what I'm talking about. Woo, needed one of these for that. That was a toilet paper trade right there, but I'll take it. I ask it all the time, but have you ever do you find yourself speaking other languages when the market moves, like just like big moves like that out of nowhere? Like, does anybody else start speaking other languages, or is it just me? Give me a 5 if you started to speak other languages. I'll give you, I'm going to start it off 5. Does anybody else speak other languages with movements like that? I did you not see that trade, Lactica? Are you not aware of how the futures market can move, brother? How much did you make? Uh-oh. Now we're going. How much did I don't know. You'd have to see what that number was at before I took that trade. Uh-oh. Is this now a chase to the upside? Is this thing about to get ripping and roaring? I might go with 1. Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, it's a joke, yes. Like, do I actually use this? Well, no, it's just a prop for the joke. Trump is talking. Thank you. Yes, we are aware. He's now citing alternatives. Gotcha. He said the decision made him more powerful to control tariffs. So he's crying about and I don't know, but he's complaining about a decision that made him more powerful. Is that the logic we're using? Well, there it is. Up we go. Okay, this would probably be a good example of why you shouldn't chase. But I got wiggle room on the day. Let's see. Okay, I'm in. Just one. Again, just one. See, I got caught. You get caught up in it, you chase, and all of a sudden now you're sitting in this. Let this be a lesson to all you. Watch it now go up like 100 points. And my lesson backfires. Come on. Uh-oh. Whoa, whoa, oh boy. Oh boy. Now what is he saying? Okay, I'm buying another one if it comes back up. I think that'll snap it in my favor if it can recover back up now. Okay, got a spaz to the downside. Now do we get the spaz back up to the upside? Or not, or not, or not, or not. All right, I got to get out. Or not. Now maybe it comes back up. That's all right. I was playing with fire. I would say wisely, hence with 1 MNQ, but I'm glad I didn't go bigger size because that would have been, yeah. Effective immediately, all tariffs remain in place. Just slightly volatile. You got cooked, Dimitri? Oh, no. All right, I'm going to try a long... Oh. Never mind. I was going to say I'm going to try a long right there, see if it wants to head back up, but I was too slow. I'm going to try a short down there. At the... Oh, man. That's all right. We'll see if it wants to come down here. Effective immediately, the economy will continue to be in rough shape. All right, now straight back up we go. So, shoulda, coulda, woulda on my chase. Anybody else have an indicator price chart pausing constantly? No. I'm surprised the market didn't tank. Well, the market is still open. It is still open. I suppose I can get rid of this line, huh? So yeah, right up here is actually a relatively steady area of resistance. See where that crosshair is? It price really just can't quite get any sort of follow through up through there. If it pushes back up here and then comes back down, it's going to take a swing. Well, I don't want it to drop too far right now. Bumping on the prior day's highs. Yeah, it's definitely stuck up in this area. So, I mean, if we look, so the general area right there is, the resistance where the price can't quite push up through, it seems. I'm not anything right now. We're about to get rejected back down. Like I said, if this is the general area of resistance. What trading platform is this? I am in a prop firm. That prop firm is Take Profit Trader. That is the link that you see at the top of your screen there. Take Profit Trader. Through that prop firm, I'm using Tradovate. Okay, looking to get short at the red line. Stop is the green line. So if it comes up here and breaks out, well, it'll be a losing trade for me. But if it comes up here and rejects like it's done several times before, well, then I should have a nice trade on my hands. Oh, how did you not fill me there? Okay, and now I'm filled. And is it really going to just go straight up now? Like, not even at least give me a chance? And I am... Stop. Okay. That'll be wild. Come on. And these green lines are my targets. I don't think I'm going to make it out of this one, though. All right, there. I'm toast on that one. That was the move. This one will pop back up. And I am stopped. Oh, all right. Well. Hey, TJP. All right, have a good one. Change here. Ooh, he's asking questions. Oh, doggone it. Did you just take me out and now you're going to roll over? That's always a bummer. No, I got to calm down. Calm down. Don't throw yourself in the meat grinder, Clay. Cooked an account this morning off that crazy open. Yeah. If anybody cooked an account today, today is one of those days where I can see people cooking an account or two or three. It was volatile action, that's for sure. I don't know. Is this another short here and you just throw your stop over the high? I got plenty of green on the day. All right, I'm going for it. Come on. Come down and hit that first target at least. Come on. All right, nope. I can't putz around with it, you dirty rat. Dirty rat. Just gotta keep coming down. Trump has officially lost his marbles. Today I got a 2,000. Good job, JT. Yeah, Bradley. Well, I mean, I know you remember. So remember that falling wedge that I alerted Bradley at the open in the chat, which I know you're now a member of? Yeah, the rising wedge. I hit my deal on one of my accounts. I keep it low, so... I only blew 3 funded accounts today. Yeah, today was tricky. Nope, glad I got out where I did. Gave that thing a chance to come down, and it just wasn't quite doing it. So you can always get back in. You can always get back in. He doesn't talk to... Oh. Walnut butter. Cooked an account in the Supreme Court decision. Yeah, I didn't even know. I think I got so jaded that like, because what was it? Was this like the 4th time where like, oh, today might be the day, and then like it hadn't happened the previous 2 or 3. I'm like, whatever. They're gonna keep kicking the can down the road. But I was wrong. So yeah, I didn't even realize. Who trusts any news network? Multiple sources is probably the way to go. That is the one thing that I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm a capitalist, but like this is, if I were to argue against capitalism, this is one of the areas where I don't know if I have a good solution. Like capitalism is all about, generate profit, generate revenue, get customers, low prices, blah, blah, blah. But in the media space, how do you make money? You get clicks. Well, how do you get clicks? You say things that you know your demographic likes. And then you just lean into those things that you know your demographic likes. Even if you have to twist things a little bit, who really cares? Because you're getting clicks. Therefore, you're making money from advertisers. Therefore, your shareholders are happy. Okay. So there's like a built-in incentive for like news to twist things in their favor, right? And it boils down to this line that I go by. The best way to please nobody is to try to please everybody. So from like a news standpoint, if you're trying to just be totally objective and please everybody, yeah, that's not the profitable model. So yeah. But again, I am a capitalist. But if I were to argue against it, I would definitely go at, well, my argument would be capitalism produces very, very biased, untrue news. Very, it'd be something like that. Capitalism is great and immoral and ethical. Yeah, but there's nothing immoral. Because I would just structure it like this. Hey, are you saying that I should be immoral and not maximize revenue for people taking a risk with their hard-earned money, aka my shareholders? From a moral standpoint, they are doing what's in the best interest of their shareholders that have decided to take their hard-earned money and take risk in that company. I don't know. I would say they're being moral. Anyways, it's an interesting discussion. But yes, the point is to say, wait, people trust CNN. You should say that about everybody, because everybody has the incentive that they're, they know who their demographic is, and they're going to be biased in their demographics, wheelhouse, because hey, that's going to get clicks. Clicks gets advertisers. Advertisers pay money. Money keeps shareholders happy because money helps pay dividends and grows the stock. Oh my, no way. Yeah. Look at this. Our trusty. We've been here before, folks. This is not our first rodeo. If you were on the live stream, here's our little range. Remember this little consolidation range right here? And then I extend this out, and look, the consolidation range stood right there. So let's extend it out now. Oh, there it is. Once again, this general area right here. Spicy. Spicy. Called that 2,500 pump. Okay. Massive cooler. It's not a good look. To play the I told you so, never a good look, okay? Because here's it is from my standpoint. There is a lot of people here, and a lot of people are saying stuff. So there's always going to be somebody that can say, I told you so. But, like, who cares? He just implied tariffs will remain in his pocket and won't go back to the importers. Well, hey, about time somebody told us. So you did it because you were proud of yourself. Good. But from my angle, it does wear on me because I'm always going to be wrong from somebody's point of view, right? There's always going to be somebody that is able to tell me, I told you so, because, there's a lot of people saying a bunch of different stuff. Oh, goodness. Did I just try to help you out, Do you have to frame it like that, or did I just try to help you out? I think I just tried to help you out. Because if you're honest, massive cool factor. Stuck on Wednesday, value area high. What is a value area? Huh? %, global increases of tariffs, but I thought he can't charge. I thought he can't do tariffs anymore. So how can he increase the very thing that he's not allowed to do anymore? Maybe I don't understand. That seems like a contradiction. All right, sounds good. Massive cool factor. I like you. I think you're new here, so hopefully you stick around. They are designed to make you fail. I mean, I suppose, or I would argue they're designed to force you to manage risk. Now, some prop firms, maybe they have a million rules that I'm open to that, but through who I use, Take Private Trader, I mean, their rules are, they're very cut and dry. And I like those rules. You know why? Because they'll force you to manage risk. You don't get to hold and hope because there's a drawdown. Holding and hoping is a bad habit to have. Because eventually holding and hoping will cause massive pain. So yes, if you want to hold and hope, go use your own money. But here's the thing, and I think many of us can attend to it. There will be that one trade where you hold and hope, and it's game over. Holding and hoping is how you end up with a 97% win rate, but you're not a profitable trader. Would you reset a pro account? No, never reset a pro account. That is the whole point of the racehorse model, to avoid even that temptation. For the price of one pro reset with Take Private Trader, you can buy like 6 test accounts. Is that guy that was holding futures? I'm not sure who we're talking about there. Cool, massive cool. Oh. I was like, why did that sound weird? Because he has massive cool. But great, massive cool. I'm glad to hear you're enjoying. Oh, yeah, Trade Hub. Yeah, he was, was definitely a troll. Because surprise, he never emailed me anything. So shocking, I'm sure. When do you go live? 11 a.m. Eastern, Monday through Friday. So yes, subscribe, turn on notifications. Usually I'm here early, but the latest I'll be here is 11 a.m. Eastern. So if you hit that notification, then you'll know when I'm where. Hey, we got to hit that like button. It's been a while. I'd like to at least get up to 300 likes on the stream. So if you have not yet hit that like button and you're enjoying in any way, shape, or form, if you could hit that like button, it would be appreciated. Without the rules are what people keep. Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying that there are not some prop firms out there that maybe have some really goofy rules. That is completely possible. When I'm making a comment, I am talking about through the lens of Take Profit Trader, because that's who I use, that's who I recommend. Yes, they have rules, but my argument is these rules will force you to do things that are good. I didn't know there were 2,000 draw. I mean, Steven, that one's like, right? I mean, I don't know what to tell you, Steven. Right here, it tells you on the screen, end of day trailing drawdown, 2,000. I mean, it's right there. I don't know what else. But if you think that is designed to make you fail, no, that's just designed to have you constantly in risk management mode. He's using a never before used rule to impose a temporary 10% global tail for the... My interpretation was at end of day. Well, yeah. I mean, that's kind of some good irony. Because it sounds like Trump right now is trying to interpret rules one way, and the Supreme Court is like, no. That is sure, that can be your interpretation, but we're the Supreme Court. He is you. Something like that. Smith Enterprises, something like that. Why do they have a max 1,500 per day? So that people don't YOLO in one trade, get lucky and say I passed, but that rule goes away in the pro account. Which in some senses, it's almost, I mean, I'm glad they don't. But in some ways, that might also be a good rule in the pro accounts. Right? Because that's a rule that's gonna negate you from being able to just YOLO, go big, and then see what happens. Because like YOLOing going big is not actually a good habit. Now again, they don't have that rule in the pro accounts. But I mean, I don't know if it would necessarily be that crazy for them too, but I'm glad they don't. Once I pass the 50K account, do I have to remake the profit of the game before? You just have to make whatever the drawdown is. Sounds good, Steven. So whatever your drawdown was on the test, that is the buffer you have to make on the pro. And then the pro after that, you can either build the buffer or take payouts. Okay, I'm in long. Seeing if this thing wants to make a push back up here. Not sure why I did 5. 5 was overkill for sure. So I got to keep my stop very tight here. Yeah. Position sizing, yeah, put me into a bad spot. Now I have to have a very tight stop here, which could very well is going to maybe cost me the trade. So the problem with missed position sizing, again, had I gone smaller size, which I should have, I could have given a wider stop, but because I went into baboon mode there real quick, Blue line is my entry. I am long. So we'll see if it can push up through there. But yeah, I have an admitted very tight stop that I wish I didn't have to have, but because of, like I said, my position sizing mistake, it's where it's got to be. And I am oh so close to getting stopped out. Somehow surviving by the skin of my and I'm stopped. Yep. All right, Rise, you are officially banned just because you're a total troll. I gave you the timeout to see if you wanted to change your ways, and then here you are. So see you later. You're banned. Could have just bought clothes. Yeah, you could have, yeah. Easy 300 points, man. Easy 300. I still like this as a potential long here. Does the buffer reset every day? Well, you need to give more context, Giazza. Are you talking about the test account or what? In the pro, no. Once you hit your drawdown, you have a chance to either build buffer. So in other words, you could keep the money in that account and then eventually, in theory, take a $30,000 loss and still not lose the account because you build up so much buffer. Or you could pay, or I'm sorry, you could get paid, request a payout, and then your buffer stays at $2,000 or whatever. So then it just stays at 2,000. Am I a baboon, or is that seemed like a good entry to me on the long side? I don't know though. Maybe I'm a baboon. Maybe I'm a little irritated. I keep forgetting Trump's still talking, but like I don't even whatever. Trump he just shorts in my opinion. Okay, well where are you gonna get short and where's your stop at, Felipe? Where's your short entry and where's your stop? There it goes. See? That's the thing. That's the importance of position size. Because I took too much position size, I had to give myself a bad stop. So it did stop me out, and now I still necessarily wouldn't have been in the green yet, but I'd be looking a lot better. Short entry 125. Okay. All right, so you're just basically looking to play a double top. Gotcha. Can't remember where I had my first target. I think I would at least got my first target hit now. I don't know if that's true or not. I'm not right all the time, but this was a banger trade from the 200 EMA back to the highs. Nice job, Labradabber. Good job. Congrats, man. Formal investigations into these practices have to take. I wonder how long this press conference is going to go. Oh, wait, he's in the question and answer session right now. That's right. I really want a long here. I want to hop back in, but Good lesson here, though, on the importance of position size. Don't enter long until you see a break of the high of 132 and you see it hold above other think that for shorts and reversals at the. Okay, well, that's not really a trade plan, though, Shawnee boy. Okay, so where are you buying? Are you buying at 132, the breakout point, or are you letting it break out? If you're letting it break out, well, how many points do you let it break out before it's a confirmed breakout? Do you count a breakout as 1 point above 132, or 2 points, or 3 points? Do you see why just giving actual numbers eliminates all these sorts of questions? My guess is the U.S. will engage with Iran very soon after the State of the Union. Where do you see things going? I mean, oil will, I would assume, would definitely go up. But I don't know. Again, from a day trading standpoint, I don't really care. Like I'll trade the action at that point. I don't know, Bradley. I don't know. Well, yeah, I'm definitely the wrong person to be asking right now because I was literally just saying, man, this kind of looks good for a long right here. And then it dumps over. So, yeah. My confidence right now is lacking. I do like that trend line right there, though. I'm going to watch it. Trump's done. Hello, Shawnee boy. Can you click? Come on, man. I'm looking for some clarity. He's done. All right. He's done. Maybe a bouncer off the 21 EMA. Okay, he's done talking until he turns around on stage and comes back. Let it break out any candle close above 132. The bars we're trying to control. So say it was to go up 10 points. Let it come back down and retest 132 and then take a long. Okay, so what is your trade plan? Your trade plan is what? You would get long at 132 then? That all I'm trying to figure out is 3 numbers, Shawnee boy. So from what I can gather, you're going to wait for the retest to 132. So then your entry is 132, fine. Where's your stop bet and where's your target? How are the baboons doing today? Not too bad. Yeah, I think that's right, Gyaza. But I'd also say, Gyaza, why don't you take one bridge at a time? How about you just sign up for the prop firm? You know what I mean? Yeah, maybe some more action. Yeah, don't get me wrong, I respect somebody that loves to plan. Like you're looking 17 steps ahead, fine. But some areas, like, let's just cross one bridge at a time. Right? It's kind of like people show up and they literally just got started to trade and they're talking about, well, what are tax strategies? What are this and what are that? It's like, do you realize that the only time you have to worry about paying taxes is if you actually make money? So how about we just first focus on you making money as a trader before you start worrying about all, again, they're coming from a good place. They're a planner. They're trying to have everything, but it's just like in trading, one bridge at a time. In prop firms, one bridge at a time. Let's just first, I mean, in your case, let's just get you signed up for a prop firm. Let's get that bridge crossed. Hey, Blackout. It's a tricky spot. But yes, the planners are like, I like to plan 37 steps ahead. It's like, okay, cool, but Man, a lot of that can just be all for naught. Let's just first get those couple of bridges passed, right? Let's get you signed up, then let's get an account pass, and then let's get you up to buffer, and then you can start to, you know. All right, I'm going to try a long there at the green line. What is the sweet spot as far as size to get through the intraday buffer on 50? What do you mean on size? You seem to be operating under the assumption there's some sort of like universal rule, Hot Tub Mike. That's just not true. Because the size I feel comfortable with could cause you to freak out. Or the size I like may be like nothing for you and you could do even bigger size. The sweet spot is what you feel comfortable with. That is ultimately what the sweet spot is. What you can handle. Okay, let's do this now. I want to see the price come down, hit this green line, and then I'll throw in an order. I'm going to target my stop at... Wait, you're going to get in at... So you have like a 75-point stop. Am I understanding that right, Shawnee boy? If you're in at 132 and your stop's at 063... What is that? Yeah, is my math right? You're running a 70-some point stop. All right, there it is. Okay, buy. If it wants to come back up, let's see if we can get a bounce up off of the 21 EMA. Yeah, I see you meant 063. But if your entry is at 132 and your stop is at 063, that's like a 70-point stop. Okay, maybe. If that green line turns blue, I'm long. There's where my stop will be. So if that green line turns blue, I'll lock in the stop. Okay, I'm in. Threw out a couple of targets there. So yeah, let's see if this thing wants to bounce off the 21 EMA. If it doesn't, well, it'll be a losing trade. The NAS and the NAS Pro, I don't know what you're talking about. And I am long. Looking for a bounce up here off of this 21 EMA. I'm almost tempted to buy some more if it comes back up now. I am. I'm going to buy some more if it comes back up. Unless I'm about to just get stopped out here. Which it looks like I might be getting stopped out. And I'm stopped out. All right. Well, there was no bounce. Back to the drawing board. I will try again there. Hey, Shawnee boy, stop talking as if you know what's going to happen. If it doesn't shoot above 132, it's gonna fully reverse. No. You think, you're guessing it's going to fully reverse. Where do these people come from that feel the need to talk in certainties in an environment where there are no certainties? I don't understand. Why? Why do people have to do that? Just be humble. You think. I think it's going to do this. I like the long there too. Oh, well. Yeah, I take that trade again. In fact, I'm kind of looking to take it all over again. Well, never mind now, is it? Right, or hope. Yeah, think, hope. I like the word think better because it implies like you've actually thought through something as opposed to hope feels more like you're just emotionally doing something. But yeah, this nonsense when people show up, this is what's going to happen. It's like, okay. Yeah, exactly. But even that, Willis, that's not even true. It's going to go to the right. And I keep bringing this up an example because it's the most recent. But think back, I think it was on Thanksgiving or something like that. Like there was a piece of hardware that overheated on the exchanges and the market wasn't even open. Nothing was going to the right. So not even that you can't even say. Or at least I think that was around Thanksgiving. But there was that time where like there was those components where things overheated a few months ago and literally nothing was moving. So nothing was even going to the right. So what is this guy's name? I'm assuming he's just waiting. Shawnee boy, he's waiting to see if it goes down so he can show up and say, I told you so. And if it doesn't happen, he'll just disappear per the norm. All that I know for sure is that I don't know anything for sure. And that is what we need. That's the only thing that can be known is that we don't know. I'm new and I like to listen and learn. Thank you for that. Well, hey, Dad Nader, nice having you here. Glad you're enjoying. Okay, I'm trying another long here. Okay, and I'm thank you. I really do appreciate you trying to help. What I'm saying though, do you see where we're coming from? When you talk as if, hey, unless this happens, this is gonna happen. It's like, wait, what are you talking about? That's not. There you go. That I like that. I don't know for a fact. So that's where I'm saying if you just words like, in my opinion, or I think, little things like that, it just comes across a little bit more, a little bit better. Okay, let's see. I'm going for a long at the green line. I'm just trying to buy this pullback here and what I think is an overall uptrend. But if this thing keeps bleeding, I'm going to keep losing on it. But I'm trying to trade the trend right now. I think the overall trend is up. I have not chased. I'm letting the price come down, and I'm trying to play a pullback. But you should already know. No, I don't know that, Shawnee boy. Because believe it or not, there are a lot of people that show up, and they really do think they know. Okay, if that green line turns blue, I am long. Come on. Come on. Well, he did share a stop, but he's running like his trade plan had like a 70-some point stop. That's a huge stop. 70-some points. Again, that doesn't mean he's wrong per se, but man, that's not everybody trades like that. Okay, I'm long. Beautiful. I couldn't ask for a better looking setup here. Will it deliver? Will it deliver though? That is the question on the table. Again, nice lower shadows. We had a lower shadow over here. It's bounced. Will it, it's bounced before. Can I get the bounce here? We'll see. Different strokes for, yeah, exactly. Well said, massive. I'm just trying to go with the trend. I believe the trend is up. We have a pullback in that trend. I'm trying to buy the pullback. Now, if this is actually a downtrend, well, I guess I'm wrong. Which is why the whole hey, just trade the trend. The trend is your friend type stuff is a joke, right? If only it were that easy. Because I do think I'm trading the trend right now. But to be fair, maybe I'm actually going against the trend because this is actually a downtrend, right? But I think it's an uptrend, that hence me trying to play it long. I don't like longs because it just... So are you short then, Benjamin? If you don't like longs, does that mean you're short? I would tell you it's down right now. Yeah, exactly. It's down right now, but is it... Yeah. Again, like, look at these candles. Nice lower shadows. Are you going to bounce for me? Maybe. I'm buying some more at that green line. That would look pretty juicy in my eyes, in my estimation. All right, long. Or I added some more. Come on, push, push, push. Come on, come on. Oh. All these red lines are just little profit target areas. Go. Well, it's either bounces or it's another losing trade. It's a very simple premise at this point. I have my stop down there. I've added. I've trusted it. It is showing me green. I could have taken the scalpy scalp, but I think I want it for more than a scalpy scalp. There we go. Keep going, keep going, keep going. At least hit a couple more targets than that. There you go. Come on. Okay, let's make sure this is now a green trade. So this will be a green trade now. Very good. No, keep coming up. Don't stop me out. Don't stop me out. I mean, it'll be green, but come on, go back up. All right. Well, there we go. Once more, the mechanics were there. Was that a banger trade? Not really. But was I positioned? I was. Had that thing just kept on grinding up without, dropping all the way and giving this nasty nonsense, hey, that could have been who knows how big of a trade. But it didn't. So it is what it is. But again, the mechanics were there. I was positioned. Had that thing actually made the nice smooth back move back up instead of this stuff, then hey, who knows how great that would have been. But Clay, do you ever think trading is just a game of luck? No. That's like saying poker is a game of luck. If that were the case, there would not be any professional poker players. That's like saying crossing the street and surviving is a game of luck. No, that's because there are things you can do to increase the odds of crossing a busy street. Now, slot machine, that would be luck. I've never heard of a professional slot machine player. Blackjack, not luck. If you know how to count cards, I think, I guess I don't know enough, but correct me if I'm wrong for those of you that are more in that realm. But if you know how to count cards, you could be a professional blackjack player. Is that true? If yes, then no. Then that one's not luck either. Isn't trading like slots? Nope. I can't tell if you're a troll right now, Benjamin, or actually being serious. How is... Okay, yeah, you... Okay, Benjamin, is crossing a busy street and surviving luck? Yeah, you can see car. Yeah, exactly. So you can look both ways. What is looking both ways? What is that called? No, you don't know that you will 100% survive. What happens if there's an acorn that you slip on, you knock yourself out, and then a car comes, doesn't see you, and runs you over? Nothing's 100%, Benjamin. But again, looking both ways to see cars coming. That's what's called a risk management technique. You can manage risk. You can increase the probabilities that you'll survive by looking both ways. That is why, like, one of our first lessons that we learn as humans in the risk management department is look both ways. Okay, Benjamin, now you're just being a dent. But you can see there aren't any cars. Okay, last time here, Benjamin, or I'm banning you because I don't think you're actually listening. You could look both ways. You could see no cars. You could cross. You could slip on an acorn. You knock yourself out. 10 minutes later, a car does come. They do not see you, and you get hit. Nothing is 100%. It's a game of odds. Looking both ways before you cross the street increases the odds you will survive. And that's true too, Bradley. Thank you for that point, actually. Benjamin is right. No, he's not right. But with that logic, what is it? Exactly, Benjamin. Exactly. Everything is a risk in life. It's all about managing risk. It's a question of, can you manage risk? In a slot machine, you cannot manage risk. What is your proof of that? Well, that would be why you've never heard of a professional slot machine player. That's also why I would not say that poker is luck. Why? Because there are professional poker players. There's no professional poker players if it's all just random luck. So you're saying nothing in life is 100%, except death and taxes. Yes, correct. Okay, Benjamin, if you think that stocks, if you think this is slots, then you should probably not be doing it then. Now, if you're just here to gamble and have a good time, fine, fine. But yeah, if you actually think, if you're not here to gamble, like, let me put it this way, if you're not here to gamble and then you're still here and you think it's all luck, well, then don't do it. I told you my point of view, Benjamin. If you want to hop categories and start talking about the laws of logic, yes, that would be 100%, because by definition, they're the laws of logic. I'm clearly not in that category. So you're coming across as just not trying to have an intellectual, honest conversation. If you cannot connect the dots about why I would say poker is not luck, because there is such a thing as professional poker players, and how that reveals that there must be some sort of edge you can gain within poker, then I don't know what to tell you. You're not actually listening to hear me out. Yeah, I think he is just a straight up troll at this point. No, it's not a fine line. As kids, we were taught to look both ways as a risk management technique. Same is true in trading. There are ways you can manage risk in trading. There are no ways you can manage risk as a as a slot machine player. That's why you don't hear of professional slot machine players. In short to 021. And Shawnee boy, where's your stop at? You just missed a big jump off the 50. I didn't miss anything. What do you, a big jump off the 50? What do you mean, Zooks? It's dropping below the 50. I must be misunderstanding what you're saying. Yeah, does that make you a pro at it? And I'm defining pro as like, can you make consistent income from it? That's more so what I'm getting at, like, as a pro. Like, you can consistently do something in it. Not 100%, but at least consistently. Think he meant 2050? Maybe. Yes, yes. If that is what you do, then you are a pro at blowing up accounts. Precisely. Beautiful bounce. This is what I've kind of been looking for on these other ones, and I couldn't quite get it. To be fair, I mean, I got it enough on that one, but no follow through. Good job, Zooks. But your comment still did not make any sense when you said you just missed the big jump off the 50 and it was literally below the 50. So I'm still confused by what you meant by that, Zooks. 3 micros is my sweet spot for not blowing up. Well, there you go then. That is an important piece of data in a trader's journey, because we're talking position size, and it is amazing how position size is such an important factor. Hey, Abby. Abby. I don't know. In the next 5 minutes, could you maybe get the griddle going? Thank you. I understand risk management stops trading from gambling, but I disagree with that. I'm not sure what you're saying, but then, yeah, then this is probably not for you then, Benjamin. I would engage more, Benjamin, but at this point, I mean, you're wrong in your logic. You're wrong, but you're also not. You're actually not here to listen. So all I'll say is, hey, man, you do what you think is going to work best for you. I would say that 80% of the problem is for most people that blow up too much. Yeah, oh yeah, exactly. Position size is a critical component. I mean, you literally just proved what I was saying. Like, you're not here to actually listen. Anyways, you do what you think is best, Benjamin. Appreciate the conversation. Bears are in control of this level. Ride the trend is the name of the game. Futures, no theta burn. Well, to be fair, Jay, in options, if you get in the trend and the thing keeps trending, you'll probably be okay. It's sad that I still have to use the word probably, but it's more so the sideways action that'll really burn you with with options. Rule breaks and yeah, but even think about this: if your rule breaks do matter, don't get me wrong, but like even if your position sizing is where it needs to be, it even gives you a little bit of flexibility to break some rules. Now, obviously, you can't keep breaking the rules, but like that, I think that is the danger of where you go with too big a size is you have like zero wiggle room. Like if you even break a rule a little bit, it's like toast. Which I think really drives home how important position size is. I've done both. I think scalping benefits more in options. I think scalping benefits more in options versus future. No, I mean, that's just, no. Hey, have a good one, Sweaty. Because of theta, you definitionally have to be that much more spot on when scalping. Like, it's a matter of like, okay, how much tolerance do I have for maybe not having good timing? Like futures, you can not have the best timing from a scalp, but still have a chance. If your timing is not good from an option standpoint, even when trying to scalp, you're going to be toast because of theta. So like theta definitionally, mathematically, it makes life harder because you have to be that much more precise. Now, that's not to say you can't be precise because you can be precise, but over and over and over again, to be that precise, it just makes your life harder. I find futures more relaxed. Okay, maybe I missed. Okay, I thought you were saying you thought options scalping was easier than futures scalping, Jay. Maybe I just read that backwards. Because I agree. Find futures more relaxing. Yes, agreed. One of the main reasons why futures can be more relaxing is sideways action doesn't actually hurt you. Like, sure, it can be annoying because you got to kind of sit around and wait. But for the options person, they are literally annoyed because that sideways action is causing them to lose money in their position. Yeah, we are back at the purple line. Do we get the bounce? Hey, do we have 18 people out there that are enjoying? That'd be great. If you could hit the like button, pushes up to 300 likes. No, I guess not. Maybe there's the delay in it. It didn't even budge. In fact, hey, 293. Come on, let's get 7 more. Well, there is a nice bounce there off the 50 period. Johnny, I'm telling you right now, Johnny, in the sake of managing your time wisely, just wish him well. If he's not a troll, fine, but he's not here to actually listen to anybody. And then he's also, I mean, he believes in unicorns too. Okay, Benjamin, you're gone, buddy. You're just, and you even said something that like bad about those 3 letters, but even that, it reveals so much about your intellectual honesty that I don't have time for it. Even though you said those 3 letters, yeah, garbage, agreed. But just the way you continue to go about this stuff, you're not here to listen. Have you mailed it in for the rest of the stream in terms of... I don't know, Zooks. You dent. Good grief. You should know that by now. I never make a commitment if I'm done trading or if I'm going to take another trade, because for all I know, maybe an A+ amazing setup shows up. Just enjoy the ride. Shouldn't everyone just trade futures instead of options then? It depends on the category. If we are talking day trading, yes. Now, everyone is a strong word. So everyone, I'm not going to say everyone, because there's always like, so for example, this is kind of where lottery logic comes in. Should everyone never play the lottery? Well, no, that's not actually true, right? Because people do win the lottery. Now, should the vast majority of people never touch the lottery? Of course, you're not going to win. But everyone? Well, no, that doesn't make any logical sense because there are technically some people that do win the lottery. So should everyone just trade futures instead of options then? Yeah, generally speaking, absolutely. But like, well, what about this, and this, and then you nickel and dime me and put in some sort of like rare category? It's like, okay, fine. But yes, generally speaking. Hey, 305 likes. Thank you, everybody. What time of day does available money show up for withdrawal? Red on. Will you calm down? Just relax. The day's not even over yet. What's the disadvantage of futures versus options? Man, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what the disadvantage would be. No, I do not normally play the 50. What are you talking about, Zooks? See, Zooks, you think you know how I trade, but I don't. But you don't. That's what I always try to tell people. There are a lot of components that I just leave out, and not on purpose. I just don't say it every single time. I'm thinking if it's all... Well, yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, Kevin, if you are wanting to be a day trader, then day trading, it really does not make any sense to do options because of... Exactly. You said it right there. No theta is huge. Exactly. Let me put it this way, Kevin. I have had multiple people... In fact, somebody today, Kenny, earlier. But I've had multiple people that are here. They're like, seem like yourself, open-minded enough to be like, hey, you know what? I'm going to give this a try. They come back and say, hey, Clay, thank you so much for telling me about futures in a prop firm because it is so much better than options. But the thing, Kevin, is if you're going to do futures, do it through a prop firm because futures move and they're no joke. So within the prop firm is like a built-in risk buffer type thing. I'm new here. What's your go-to strategy when trading futures? What do you look for? I say this, Darius, with all due respect, but that's like the equivalent of asking a professional like video game player, hey man, what buttons do you press to like do all this stuff? Like, okay, well, that is like, what do I look for? Man, that's a very loaded question, dude. Like I look for a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff. It's like this. It's like this. When I like to tell this story because I think it illustrates just all the fine like intricacies that I'm factoring in that I don't realize I'm factoring in. So I have 6 kids, and I went out with several of them. They're like, Dad, can you teach us how to play football? Okay. So we go out. I say, all right, everybody line up on the line of scrimmage. And they're like, Dad, what's the line of scrimmage? I'm like, oh, that's true. That was a built-in just assumption. Okay, well, the line of scrimmage is a line. You can't cross it until we say hike. So get up on that line. So they walk up on the line. One person's facing an angle. One person's backwards. Another person's facing the right way. And I'm like, oh, okay. There's another thing that I didn't think to remind. Okay, on the line of scrimmage, we all want to face that direction because that's which way we're... So that's what's going on here. There are so many small little things that I'm just leaving out, which is why I just quiver when people are like, oh man, Clay, I like your strategy. Oh, Clay, I assure you, nobody here knows my strategy. Because there's so many of those little things going on. And we have a good example of that with Zooks. Man, you normally... No, I don't. No, I don't. And the fact you think that I do, that's my point. Do you have a strategy? No, I don't. Thank you, Darius. I'm glad you... Yeah, so like I said, I'm not trying to be a jerk, Darius, by not answering. I'm just saying that's a very loaded question. I do. I do like the 21 email on. I've said that many times. Is it a holy grail? No. Is it something that I think people should experiment with? Yep. I've been journaling your... Again, Zooks, you seem to have plenty of money, because you bought many accounts. Why you just don't join my mentorship and just get all the pieces, I don't know why. People like you very confuse me. Again, what I don't know what you do as a 19-year-old, which is open up all this cash you have for all these accounts, but you clearly have the cash. And yet, instead of sitting here and trying to journal all my trades and try to figure it all out, like from a time perspective, dude, why don't you just join the mentorship then? It's mind-blowing. Not watching you for long, but the best way to learn your strategy is just... Okay, I mean, Marco, did you not hear the thing I just gave? Did you not hear the speech? Surely, okay, you must have just shown up. Because I literally explained how no. Listen, ICT. I saw you literally just created your name today. So you're probably that Benjamin dude that just got banned. I'm at about 90% sure you're Benjamin with the new name. Okay, so, well, you really didn't... Well, whoever you are, I noticed your name. You just created it today. So we know you, like, I mean, you don't have to play stupid. Like, I guess, I don't know, maybe you can stick around, because that was actually a reasonable question that you just asked. So if you tell me who your previous name was, then it looks like maybe you've turned over a new leaf. But if you're just going to lie and be like, no, I'm brand new here. I just happened to create a name today, right after somebody got banned. It's like, I don't remember banning him. I recognize that name. Did I ban Don? Why did I ban you? Okay, well, I didn't... Yeah, I put you in timeout, so why are you back? Why didn't you wait for your timeout? Well, no, don't act like you're stupid. Tell me why. Okay, that's fine, Marco. That makes sense. So there is why I assure you, you don't. You don't know. I want to be a banner. You want to be a banner or a bannee? Oh, yeah. You're probably using absolutely terrible logic, Don. That sounds about right. That sounds like it could be right. You were just motioning some emotional tirade. That sounds that. All right, well, you can stick around. Well, by the way, when the timeout expires, you'll be able to use your other name. But thank you for being honest. I appreciate it. So, all right, well, I'm going to go ahead and call it good. But before you go, if you do enjoy the stream, if you want to help keep it moving, because this is totally viewer supported, then code Clay, all caps, with any of these prop firms I recommend Take Profit Trader, especially if you're a beginner just getting started in the world of prop firms. They have a very clean set of rules, and they have a great payout policy. Payouts daily. If you're making $1,500 a day, you can request $1,500 a day. Other prop firms, not quite that smooth. So that's not to say that any of the other prop firms are not good. I'm just saying that in the category of beginner prop firm trader, Take Profit Trader by far makes the most sense in my opinion. So like I said, I'm going to go ahead and call it good, but I will be back next week at 11 a.m. Eastern on your way out. If you don't mind hitting that like button, that would be fantastic. And also, make sure you subscribe, turn on notifications. Usually I show up early. Latest I'll be here is 11 a.m., but if you want to know exactly when I go live, then make sure you turn on the notifications. So good week, everybody, a fun week. It kind of flew by. It seems like just Monday, or just yesterday was Monday where it was the early close and all that, but we are yet through another week. So thank you, everybody, for being here. Have a great weekend. And like I said, code Clay, all caps, to help keep the stream moving, keep it ad-free. It makes a big difference. So take care, everybody. Have a great weekend.